Dusty and the Nats making all the right moves in 2 wins out of the break, reaching 20 games over 500 for the first time this season. Today, a chance to sweep the Pirates with the right man in the right spot to finish the job. It's been a great weekend at Nationals Park. Could be even better today. Trying to sweep a good ball club in those Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Nats have one of their aces going today in Max Scherzer to take on the battling Bucks, who they have severely outscored to the tune of 11-1 in this series so far. Bob and FP pitching great, defense great, timely hitting. And it's always special when Max is on the mound because we never know what might happen.
Yeah, you're always thinking the best. No hitter, perfect game. You win the first 2 games of the series. You got Max Scherzer on the mound. That's not the worst thing in the world if you're the Nats. And what he's done lately has just been fantastic. Big game Max, if you will. Remember the Cubs roughed him up at Wrigley Field. He faced him again on June 13th, 7th innings, 1 run, 11 strikeouts, no walks. Then the team that's chasing you, the Mets, okay, we need a big game out of you, Max. Okay, June 29th, he goes 7 1/3 scoreless, 10 Ks. And then at Citi Field right before the All-Star break, 7 innings, 9 Ks. Gave up just 1 run. So since June 1st, Max Scherzer's been on fire. 5-2 record, a 1.66 ERA, 74 strikeouts, 12 walks, and a 157 average against. He's been as good as anybody in baseball.
Yeah, pitchers getting it done in the warm weather of 2016 summer right now. So Max will take on the Pirates. And in a moment when we bring you back, you'll see a few changes to the Nats lineup. Anthony Rendon has the flu. He got scratched. Murphy not in there again today, but doesn't seem to matter who's playing the way this ball club is going. Oh, 0-2 pitch, and a ball hit deep to left. Taylor going back, and Max Scherzer has a no-hitter. Sunday in Milwaukee, he was amazing. And today in D.C., he was almost perfect. It was 85 degrees on that day a year ago, June 20th. It's going to be 90 today for Max Scherzer facing the Pittsburgh Pirates. So the humidity, we'll deal with that. The heat index is going to be up there. But big game Max, another big one against the Pirates today. Here's their lineup, and Jordan Mercer's having a good month. He's a solid shortstop. He's only made 4 errors all year, hitting .298 his last 25 games. They've done a little shuffling. Starling Marte cleanup behind McCutchen. Gung and Harrison out of the lineup today. And here's Max Scherzer's first pitch right in there at 135.
I see the arsenal for Max last start through the fastball 62% of the time and averaged 95. Slider, cutter, curveball change to complement it. And Wilson takes one off the wrist. The opponent's hitting 192 against Max Scherzer. Since June 1st, opponents hitting 157 with a .210 on base percentage, and that one got the Buffalo, looked like in the right forearm. Not what you want catching a day game after a night game, ever for that matter.
Yeah, loosening up that glove on his hand, trying to get some feeling going there. Ramos has been behind the plate for Max's classics in his Nationals career. You don't want anything to derail you when you've won 5 in a row and 13 of the last 17. Nats also dominant at home. 15 of the last 19 here. So John Jaso, no balls, 2 strikes to lead things off. Jaso 1 for 4 in the ball game yesterday. Swing and a miss. And that's how Max Scherzer's afternoon gets underway.
So one thing I remember distinctly from Scherzer's no-hitter on June 20th of last year is, remember the Pirates came out hacking. They were swinging at the first pitch, and Max said, I had to make adjustments based on the Pirates' game plan. They showed me they were going to swing. So he went to his secondary pitches early in the count. Once they showed him they were going to swing early, look for him to do the same thing here today.
Here's Adam Frazier facing Max for the first time. That's a fastball up in the zone. Frazier 0 for 1 in this series. 24-year-old rookie from Bishop, Georgia, went to Mississippi State. Pittsburgh's 6th rounder just 3 years ago. Home plate umpire is the 19-year veteran crew chief Jerry Meals. Paul Nauert, Ron Kulpa, Chris Conroy, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Right side, fair ball, beyond the reach of Clint Robinson. It'll hit the pad on the short corner, and Adam Frazier has a 1-out double. A lot of Pirate fans making noise. They've had nothing to cheer about this weekend.
Well, pretty good changeup. The first one, which was the pitch right before it, was real good. He tried to double up on it. I'm sure if you ask Max, he probably wanted to bounce that one. Left it up. Nice swing by Adam Frazier. First hit of the game for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, and their 11th hit of the series is their first hit that's not been a single. So second base, 1 out for Frazier. Andrew McCutchen is next. He is 4 for 20 career against Scherzer. Foul tip on the first one.
Well, here's your defense today. Jason Worth in left, Ben Revere in center, Bryce Harper in right, same as usual. Stephen Drew starts at 3rd today, and Trey Turner at 2nd. Those are the changes in your lineup. Another day off for Daniel Murphy, and then he gets an off day tomorrow, so a nice rest for him. And I saw him running before the game today, and he looked good.
Yeah, Rendon originally was in the cleanup spot again today. Not feeling well. That got Trey Turner into the lineup. More on that in the bottom of the first. And it's 1-1 to McCutchen, 3 for 8, all singles in this series. He is on a 5-game hitting streak with 9 hits. Big breaking ball. And now, after a long look, a 1-2. Time given. Another long hold and the pitch. McCutchen able to stay with it.
Coons.com Scott report on Max Scherzer. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. Swing and miss. Leads Major League Baseball in strikeouts with 164. Second in strikeouts per 9 with 11.56. And sink the ship. Attack with the fastball today. His fastball percentage per game has been up recently. So he's going right after guys. And the same applies here today.
.192 opponent's batting average, third best behind Drew Pomeranz, just traded, and Kershaw.
Watching Frazier on second. He's trying to steal third. Max doing a nice job of holding him. Trey Turner staying close, but he looks anxious, like he wants to run.
Yeah, Frazier 3 for 3. Pirates third in the league. 70 stolen bases behind Milwaukee and San Diego. In a 2-2, McCutchen hacks it foul.
See McCutchen looking back to the dugout. And this is pure speculation, but I don't know if he's real excited about the bouncing around on second base that's going on. Hitters will tell you, if you're going to steal third, but don't bounce around while I'm trying to see the ball out of Max Scherzer's hand, because it affects you.
Yeah. Yeah, Scherzer's arm angle may be coming right out of the uniform of your teammate. 2-2 with one out. Max a long look in here, trying to get together with Ramos.
He's trying to time it up and see him kind of creeping off. If he does that little shuffle and Max goes to the plate, he's going to keep going. Kind of a timing thing that Frazier's trying to work behind Scherzer.
Two with one out with the runner holding. Another foul by McCutchen. Having a pretty good battle here. Mets just underway at Philadelphia. Jacob deGrom against Zach Eflin. A little later, Adam Conley for the Marlins at St. Louis. Both of those clubs 7 games behind the Nationals. Starling Marte, as we mentioned earlier, in the cleanup spot today. Nissan tracking the entire at bat. Here comes pitch number 8. McCutchen, a swing and a miss on a big time hard slider by Max Scherzer. Second strikeout.
This one had a lot of sweep to it, right? It's kind of at the end, took a left, so the 8-pitch paddle goes Max Scherzer's way. And Andrew McCutchen, trying to foul that off at least, just runs out of bat. Look at the grip on the slider, jammed into his thumb. Out front, late break, good pitch.
Starling Marte in the series, 1 hit by a pitch. This one high in the air to left center. Tracking at Ben Revere. That's coming straight down, it seems. And Max Scherzer is out of the first inning. Gives up a double. Now the Nats against a rookie, Chad Kuhl. Nationals baseball on Masson, brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you, by Eastern Lexus. Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid. And by Dominion. Depend on us for more than energy.
It's the front side, huh?
Yeah, the east side of the Capitol, right over by the Supreme Court and the Library of Congress. It's a view we don't get very often.
Well, that's where every inauguration used to be until the Reagan administration, when they moved it to the other side.
Listen to you. You must have had lunch with George Will. Yeah. Stephen Drew is in the Nats lineup today. He's batting 7th. He's going to be at third base, originally at second today, and they moved some things around when Rendon couldn't make the call. But he's been great. 5 for his last 11. And how about 5 and 11 for homers and RBIs in his last 25 games? Here's the 23-year-old rookie, Chad Kuhl.
So sinker at 94, a bowling ball sinker, I was told. You got to get him up. Slider, changeup to go with it. Third start, record 1-0. Opponent's average 327.
18 hits in 13 and a third innings. He's given up 9 runs with 5 walks, 8 Ks. 9th rounder by the Pirates just 3 years ago. Out of the University of Delaware. And a high fly ball to deep right. Matt Joyce onto the track. I think it's carrying today. Trey Turner put a charge into that one.
There's your Pirates defense behind Kuhl. So the Kuhl defense, Marte, McCutchen, Joyce, Mercer Freeze left side, Frazier, Jaso right side, and Eric Kratz behind the plate.
Ben Revere with a walk and an RBI in this series, 0 for 3 last night.
It's the first time Ben hasn't let off this year. I don't remember him hitting any other place but first.
Yeah, it was odd to write somebody in front of him. You know, it seems like Dusty comes up with the right combination on any given day this year. 2-1 to Ben Revere. Fights one off, and the count's even.
Yeah, if I'm asking for numbers for the Super Lotto, I'm going to Dusty Baker. I mean, right away.
You know, don't even ask him for 4 sets. Just give me one. Give me your first set.
I'm good, and we'll see you later. I'm buying an island.
2-2. Up and in.
It's a good take. Left-hander, that looks huge. It's eye level. And as a smaller guy that needs to hit the ball on the ground, those are easy to swing at and tough to take.
Revere rips one to left center. That ball almost scooting by McCutchen, who got to the backhand side to keep that from being a double, and who knows, even more. That's one of the best hit balls by Ben Revere all year.
Well, he got on top of it. The one he took was just a hair higher. This one probably, I don't know, an inch lower. It's the barrel on top of it. Nice play by Andrew McCutchen holding Ben Revere to a single. I thought that was a double off the bat. So there goes the no-hitter. Did I say that? Say it again. There goes the no-hitter from the school of redundancy.
Here's Worth. Jason, by the way, seeing as many pitches as anybody in baseball right now. 4.48 pitches per plate appearance. Just under what he did with the Phillies in 09, 4.51. And those numbers have added up to some bases on balls. Jason now in the top 8 in the National League with 46 walks. So there's the Worth number from a couple of years ago, more than a couple of years ago now. Of course, Ricky on that list, and Jay Bell, one of the great number 2 hitters, and a great bunter in his era with the Pirates and the D-backs. That's in there, up in the zone on the outside edge.
That's his, I don't like the call body language.
He thought it was up and away.
When he's in this kind of zone, I tell him this all the time, he gets in trouble because he knows the strike zone better than umpires. And he does. As he swings at a ball. But 99% of the time, he's right.
One on, one out, bottom of the first. McCutchen a bit toward left center. A lot of room on the right side of the diamond and the outfield. But with 2 strikes, he's just got to battle and put it in play, and that one was upstairs.
Here's your Coons.com scouting report. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. ABC always beat cool. Got to get the ball up against him. And hanging Chad, the slider, you have to elevate. The sinker, you have to elevate.
Good eye by Worth. It was a strike. It seemed for a while. Now the count 2-2.
But the always be cool part, Carp, he has 3 starts in the big leagues. He's faced Clayton Kershaw, and now he's facing Max Scherzer today. So 2 Cy Youngs as opponents in 3 starts.
Rich Hill of Oakland, John Lester of the Cubs in between Kershaw and Max.
Welcome to the big leagues.
Yes, sir. You better pitch well. Runner going. Revere had a good start, and Worth taking that fastball straight back. Well, the Nats have run some exciting base running plays in this series. They forced the Pirates into several mistakes. And you like that because the Nats aren't the type of team that's always going to sit around waiting for the 3-run homer. Great to have that balance of speed and power. 2-2 with 1 out. Going again is Revere. Worth guides it out of play right side.
We talk about all the home runs the Nats have hit this year, and I've said a lot, they can beat you other ways. But there was a time before the All-Star break that I was starting to doubt myself. I'm like, maybe this is a home run hitting team, but it's confirmed what I thought earlier in the season. They can beat you by running the bases too. They don't necessarily have to hit the ball at the park to win a major league game.
Two the count. Jason Worth having quite a battle, and here he goes again. He is the enemy of a pitcher's count. Chad Kuhl, 6'3", 215. He's a Delaware guy, born in Bear, Delaware, back in '92. So here's another long at bat, at least 8 pitches to Worth. And after Revere went twice, he fired that ball over. McCutchen now more straight away in center with a 2-strike count. And Jason Worth refuses to miss contact here.
There's a lot of things to like about Jason Worth as a baseball player, but my personal favorite is what you're looking at right now, these at-bats, where he goes 9-10 pitches, however they end. Sometimes it's a homer, sometimes he makes an out, other times it's a walk. But I just love to see guys fight like this. You don't see it too often in the game today.
Revere running again. Worth, that's a fair ball. He stepped right over the ball, and then Eric Kratz threw him out. So Revere to second. And Jason Worth going back to the dugout, getting some claps from our fans down there on the first base side.
Well, it's a good battle, good fight. Not the way he wanted to end, but he made Kuhl fire some bullets. Now do you pitch to Bryce Harper or Wilson Ramos? Pick your poison.
Bryce in the series 1 for 7 with a base on balls. Eric Kratz, the longtime Philly, into his crouch behind the plate.
You remember back in the old days, Carp, and I'm asking you this, don't mean to put you on the spot, when catchers used to be in the on-deck circle with their shin guards on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did. That wasn't sending a great message to the guy in the batter's box.
No, but I'm wondering, would that speed up the game, or would it slow the game down? Because if Bryce reaches, he has to take him off. But I was watching some highlights the other day from, I think, the 70s.
You are absolutely right. Yeah, only the shin guards.
And I remember in Little League, that was the cool thing to do if you were a catcher on deck, wear your shin guards out there. But catchers don't do that anymore because they have bullpen catchers and guys to warm up pitchers. But I always thought that looked cool when I went to a big league game and you saw the catcher on deck with his shin guards on.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a long time, but you're right. I think Yogi Berra were his home. 1-1. Harper gets Jan, fights that ball up the middle. Shortstop Jordy Mercer, about as dependable as they come. So the Nats get a base hit from Revere. First inning, each team stranding a base runner. WUSA 9 with us today, and Metro's extensive track work could limit your travel options. So for help getting around, look for Mission Metro alerts on WUSA 9 and download the WUSA 9 app. Do that right now. It might help you get around town, get to work a little quicker this week. Top of the second, Freeze, Joyce, Mercer. Max Scherzer first inning, 16 pitches, 13 strikes. David Freese started the ball game at first base Friday night, went 1 for 3 with a walk. He's had a good July, hitting .324 with 3 of his 10 home runs. 1 for 3 career against Max Scherzer. Left side and to his left, Stephen Drew. Well, the 13-0 start by Steven Strasburg getting all kinds of accolades, but Max did it just 3 years ago with the Tigers. 2013. That year, Max would go on to go 21-3 in 32 starts, 214 innings, only 152 hits, and the strikeout total 240.
I was checking that out the other day. He was 13-0 on July 3rd. Then he went 13-1 all the way up to 19-1. Then he went 20-2 all the way to 21-3. So he knows a little something about what Steven's going through right now.
He made the All-Star team, obviously, won the Cy Young. This is interesting, though. In the MVP race, he finished 12th, which you would think is kind of low, because some pitchers, when they have a season like that, they're usually in the top 2, 3, maybe the top 4 or 5. So there must have been some raking going on that year in the American League.
I think his ERA for 21-3 was in the 3s, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Right below the 3, he was 2.90. And this one drifting to the line for Jason Worth. Max Scherzer getting some quick outs. Matt Joyce goes down there. And Jordy Mercer is next.
Say Summer Saver Pack 10 times fast, and you can buy 3 2016 regular season games and get one free. Some restrictions apply. Visit nationals.com/summer for all the details. It's a hot one here at the ballpark. Some fans with fans fanning themselves. Fan squared. Hydrate. More fans with fans. We got 94 for the high today. Let's see.
Jordy Mercer with 2 outs. He has an RBI in the series, 2 for 6.
.93 for the high. Humidity 43%. Wind out of the west-northwest at 5 miles an hour. What's your weather update?
You have the AMS seal of approval. Pirates have had some solid shortstops over the last decade or so. Jack Wilson had some good years with the Bucks. This guy's a tall shortstop. He's 6'3", 205. Jordy Mercer in his 5th year in the big leagues. Outside, 1 and 2.
Jay Bell's my favorite Pirate shortstop of all time.
He was really good. What a ball club that was. Beyond the reach of Drew into the left field corner. And that's going to get deep. Jason Worth got caught at that corner there, which you pretty much have to do, but he recovers to keep Mercer at second base. So the Pirates have a couple of doubles today after no extra base hits in the first 2 games.
Well, is it going to hit the portion that's sticking out down by the left field corner or not? Jason was betting that it was, and it just sneaks past it. Then it's, uh-oh, nice hustle. But with 2 outs, a triple or a double is not really that big a deal. Even if Mercer gets to third base, you're facing 8. And maybe a pitch around him to get to 9, or like Max usually does, just goes right after him.
Erik Kratz has had a crazy year. In fact, a year and a half. Last year he was with Kansas City, Boston, Seattle, and back to the Phillies, where he started his big league career. Padres signed him as a free agent in November, traded him to Houston in March. They released him. The Angels picked him up, and then the Pirates bought him from Anaheim when Francisco Cervelli broke that hamate bone. So he's been with the Pirates for a little over a month and making his 15th start today. Kratz, a Pennsylvania guy who went to college over in Harrisonburg, Virginia at Eastern Mennonite, small school over there. Max Scherzer has him 0-2 in front of the pitcher. Swing and a miss. Max Scherzer striking out the number 8 hitter. So 3 Ks in 2 innings, couple of hits, no score early. Ramos coming up.
As you enjoy a cold one on this warm afternoon, look forward to Miller time later in the ball game. That's brought to you by Miller Lights.
Bucks have a couple of hits. Ben Revere has the Nats base hit. Ramos, Robinson, Drew. 5, 6, 7 here. Our freight rail works due up. What Wilson Ramos has done over the last month, just remarkable. Still third in the league in hitting at .331. Clint Robinson, super sub, put him in anywhere, anytime. And the same could be said for Stephen Drew. Second base last night, third base today. It's what championship ball clubs are made of. Everybody contributing.
So somebody on my Twitter had a great idea today for the All-Star game in 2018. That the American League team in batting practice wears the Senators unis, and the National League team in batting practice wears the Expos unis. And it's a tribute to kind of the history of baseball in D.C. I thought that was a wonderful idea.
Interesting. Ramos hits that ball well, but over toward the line to grab it, Matt Joyce.
You know how the Padres had the Taco Bell unis going on?
Yeah, back to their brown and yellow days.
I thought it was a great idea. Took 2 years to think about that one, but I like it. Homestead grays, maybe.
You could go shag in your Expos uniform. The bucket hats.
I like it.
Clint Robinson having a good series. 3 for 8 with an RBI. Now it's 1-1. He just got over 100 at bats last night. So Clint, 23 hits and 101 ABs in 55 games. The guy behind him, 4 at bats short of 100. Unreachable on that heater. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wolfpack on display here in the bottom of the second. So Clint, last 10 games started, hitting .297, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. It's his 22nd start total today, and he's driven in 17 during that time. Robinson gets under one, hits it deep to right center, and it is up against the scoreboard and caught right there by Matt Joyce. He has come so close in that right center gap in this series a couple of times.
We saw him with a couple of 2-strike swings, maybe some slider in the back of his head. He was laid on him, and then he just said, forget it, I'm going all in on the heater. If he throws a slider, he's got me. He catches it out front and kind of muscled it to right center. You're thinking with the weather today that it might have had a chance, but it just hung up there too long. Nice play by Matt Joyce running it down. He created an angle because the ball was so high where the fence didn't really come into play.
There's Stephen Drew. In this series, and it all came last night. 3 doubles and 4 at bats, a couple of runs scored. Yeah, 25 hits this year, 96 at bats. 60% of them for extra bases. Looked like a pretty good take, and then it was a called strike by Jerry Meals, who has liked the high strike a couple of times here early.
And that's not where Cool wants it. I mean, he's a true sinker ball guy, and he has just arm side run today, and it's elevated.
1-2, and Drew fouled that one down into his foot ankle area.
So 3 doubles for Stephen Drew last night. First one left center, so he's covered that part of the plate. Now I'm going to look in because I hit one to left center last time, so he's covered that part of the plate too. What do you do to him now? Just throw it down the middle, and he goes kind of right back up the middle to right center field for his 3rd double. So you know you're locked in as a hitter when you're hitting the ball everywhere like that.
50th game of the year today. And that'll do it for the Nats in the second. First strikeout for Chad Kuhl. He gets a 1-2-3. Kuhl will lead off. Scherzer back to work.
Tanner Roark last night was fantastic. 8 shutout innings. Gave up just 5 hits to the Pirates. Struck out 5 of them. The run back fastball as good as we've seen it this year. And got a little help from his friends on close plays like that. But the sinker was great. So Tanner Roark with his 9th win of the year and came off the mound a hero. We were thinking he might go the distance, but kind of ran out of gas there in the 9th, which understandable. But check out the ERA for the Nationals during the 5-game win streak they're on. Is that good?
That's amazing. Nats staff ERA down to 3.23, the best in baseball. Scherzer to Kuhl, who's 1 for 2 with the sacrifice, has a big league hitter. So first time around the order, 8 out of 9 hitters first pitch strikes. Boy, he's really up on the plate. .32 pitches, 24 strikes so far. That's on the outside edge. Mercedes-Benz will track strike 2. That's a high chopper. Waiting for it is Turner. Quick exchange for the out. First time through the order, the Pirates go 2 for 9.
Celebrate Dusty Baker's first season in the Nats dugout. That's not Dusty, is it? No, that is. No, it isn't. Dusty Baker bobblehead on Tuesday, July 19th. Dodgers in town. For tickets, visit nationals.com. 25,000 of those, and you won't know if it's Dusty Baker or a bobblehead. There's the bob. Nope, that's Dusty. I'm confused.
And somebody told me that if things aren't going well for you, you'll wake up one morning and that bobblehead will be in a different place.
It will.
On your mantle. He'll move around.
That wouldn't be scary or creepy or weird in any way.
He's going to help you any way he can.
That happens.
Jaso struck out swinging to start the game. Jaso, one time involved in a deal. Seattle, Oakland, and the Nats involving Michael Morse, A.J. Cole, and Blake Trinan. That was back in 13, January that year. Started his big league career with Tampa Bay in 08. Some time in Seattle, Oakland, and then Tampa Bay last year.
How long do you think it took to grow those dreads that long? I'm saying over a year, at least.
That is right on the outside edge, and he'll take a seat. Max Scherzer painting for strikeout number 4. Jaso twice.
This one looked a little outside to me, but Max will take it. Good frame by Wilson. A little outside. Okay. I don't think John Jaso loved that call, but Max Scherzer will definitely take. He's throwing strikes, getting the calls.
There's Adam Frazier, who got the Pirates' first hit. 1 out first inning when he bounced one between Clint Robinson and the bag for a double.
Usually when there's a little space between the box and the ball, you say, oh, okay, I could have gone either way. But when there's like a good amount of space like that one, I mean, that's the same pitch right there.
Yeah, and you're thinking this guy doesn't need any help.
But hitters will tell you, okay, strike 1, strike 2, whatever. You have to bear down with 2. That's when you want the umpire to really be at his best. When I have 2 strikes.
1-1 pitch.
Yeah, 2 is the same as the pitch that struck out Jaso. Same.
Marlins just underway at St. Louis against Michael Wacha. They're throwing Adam Conley today, and the Mets have picked up a couple of runs at Philadelphia. 2-0 New York, 3rd inning there. No score here in D.C. 3-1 pitch to Frazier. Missing outside. That'll get McCutchen in the batter's box with 2 outs. Good looking numbers there, huh? Nats are 20 over. Marlins, Mets just 6 over. And the Nationals, you have to say they're taking advantage of this time we were waiting for, with 2 long homestands on either side of the All-Star break and 4 games in New York. 15 of their last 19 here at home.
I mean, they have more wins than the Cubs, for goodness sakes.
The greatest team ever?
They have more wins than the Cubs.
And just 1 fewer than the Giants, who have the best record in all of baseball, 22 games over at 57-35.
Frazier's creeping.
This ball going foul. Top 5 records in baseball.
That's some power teams right there, boy. The National League is stacked. All 3 of those teams probably going after relievers for the trade deadline, you'd think.
Yeah.
Orioles, their bullpen's the best, I think, in all of baseball.
Texas 54-38, a virtual tie with Cleveland, but behind in percentage points. They've lost 4 in a row.
You could argue about the Yankees bullpen, but I'll take the Orioles. They just don't give up runs or hits or anything.
1-1 to McCutchen.
See Frazier trying to get the rhythm, creeping out there. He's trying to time up Max. Ooh.
Yeah, he was doing all the dancing around at second base back in the 1st.
And Max is trying to get him in one of those steps where he's trying to time him. So he's a guy that'll move his feet. We've talked about this before. I think VR is a guy that tried to shuffle off, but watch Frazier. He's trying to time Max with one of those steps. And if he goes when his foot's in the air, he's just going to keep rolling. But he stopped him now, see?
2-1. Max missing up high some here in the top of the third. Long hold. McCutchen probably on the verge of asking for time. He didn't, and now it's 2-2.
Last year at the All-Star break, I said the Cubs were the best team the Nats had played, and I think I got laughed at for saying that. And I'll probably get laughed at for saying this now. The best team the Nats have played this year are the Dodgers. They haven't played the Giants yet. But the best team they played this year is the Los Angeles Dodgers. And if those guys figure it out, look out.
Well, and they've been really good since Kershaw got hurt. So go figure. They're only 5.5 behind the Giants. 2-2 pitch.
Big lead by Frazier. Huge lead. Look at this.
He's going. McCutchen out of play to the right side.
You throw over. He was picked off there. That's the biggest lead I've seen this year against anybody.
Adam Frazier only stole 30 bases in the minor leagues in 3 years.
Well, look, he gets past the cut. Look at where he's at. He's halfway to second. 2 strikes on McCutchen. Max probably thinking about the hitter.
No score, top of the third. Nissan with the AB here.
50 pitches already for Max.
Yeah. 20 in this inning. 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Runner holding in another long count now. Frazier will be running with the 3-2 pitch. Yeah, each pitch is before he struck out in the first. Max got him with that big sweeping breaking ball. There's a really good hitter on deck who's having a good year, Starling Marte. Past years, you'd kind of pitch around this guy. Challenge fastball. He's late for it, and it'll be out of play. Barely.
Good battle going on between these two. Got him with the slider first time up, down and away. Couldn't hold up. Do you think about going to that pitch here after the fastball?
Three-two pitch, swing and a miss. 95 upstairs. 3 innings, 5 strikeouts for Max Scherzer. And so far so good against McCutchen. Has not hurt the Nats with a single RBI in this series. He's 3 for 10. 40 pitches. Chad Kuhl at 36 in his 2 innings. Espinosa, Scherzer, and Turner coming up. And when the Nats win bigs, that's 7 or more with a W. 50% off for you at papajohns.com. Enter promo code NATS50, and that's off regular menu price online orders. So better pizza, better ingredients. Papa John's, official pizza of your Nats. Valid at participating DMV Papa John's. Danny Espinosa has been on base 4 times in the series. 2 hits, 2 walks, and RBI. Ball 1, bottom of the 3rd underway with Freese playing in the baseline at third base. Everybody else on the other side. Espinosa is going to pop up that bunt. Easy for Eric Kratz for the first out. Lowe's with our home field advantage. Most wins at home in the last 6 years now. 5.5 or so. St. Louis, by the way, this year under 500 at home. Odd for them. So the Nats are right there, better than the Dodgers. The O's are the Yanks. Brought to you by Lowe's. Max Scherzer, 5 for 40, 3 RBIs this year.
Max wanted me to mention on the broadcast today, we had a talk the other day, that if you can't assume a double play, why is there an infield fly rule? And I thought, okay, that's deep thoughts by Jack Handy. I like it.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? You call the infield fly so you can't turn the double play, but you cannot assume a double play. So how can you call the infield fly? And I thought, okay, that's genius and way out there, and I like it. And I'll talk about it if you want me to.
And you know what? Back in 2012, if there's no infield fly rule, the Nationals probably don't play St. Louis in that first round of the playoffs. Right. Remember that game they had against the Braves? And things got haywire with the umpires and an infield fly rule call. And that's Atlanta could have won that game.
I mean, it's protect, against the double play where you drop the ball and turn the double play. I understand it, but then you can't assume the double play. And Max is one of the smarter players I've ever been around. It makes sense. Something to ponder on a Sunday afternoon while you're barbecuing in your backyard watching the game.
I would say throw a burger up in the air and see how many people call it on the pop-up.
And Max isn't even left-handed.
Well, I was going to save this for somewhere down the road when it ever happened, and I've never seen it happen. I was told by a stats guy that there is one instance when you can assume a double play, and that's if, say, 4-6-3, 5-4-3, whatever. If the batter would fall down or there's a really slow batter running and the throw is right there and the first baseman drops it, an error could be given. It's an extreme example, but 99% of the time you cannot assume the double play.
Or
and Max is correct.
An earthquake over 6.0.
Yeah. But evidently, if there's a simple catch to be made and the batter's nowhere near the bag and the first baseman drops it, you can give him an error. But I've never seen that happen.
Well, Max said, he started with, you won't talk about this on the broadcast. I said, yeah, I'll talk about anything, dude. I don't care.
Everything Max does or says has a purpose to it.
And he's smart.
He's a student of the game.
I think it's a good one. I think he makes a lot of sense.
Trey Turner hit the ball well first time. Fly ball to deep right. That's right on the edge, and he knew it. 3 of the last 4 batters struck out by the 23-year-old rookie, Chad Kuhl. We're into the middle innings. It's not cool today in the district. No score, well pitched, but both guys have mounting pitch counts through the first 3 innings. Toyota case for kids. And you know it by now, the Washington area Toyota dealers helping children and their families. Every strikeout, $37 to the Children's Inn at the National Institutes of Health. Thank you, Toyota. Top of the 4th, Marte, Freese, and Joyce. 4, 5, 6. Max Scherzer, 53 pitches, 36 strikes. Marte looking to bunt for a hit. It's one if he stays fair. And just as it goes foul, Drew grabs it because it might have come back. Starling Marte with 100 hits on the year. Didn't miss by much.
Man, that could have went. I mean, hits a rock, it's back to fair. Good play by Drew. Good idea by Marte. I like it. Nothing game, trying to get something going.
Yeah, he's going to swing away and get hit number 101. So Max Scherzer has not had a 1-2-3 inning today.
Now you got 31 stolen bases standing on first, so let the games begin.
Yeah, 31 out of 37. Second in the league to Jonathan VR of Milwaukee with 32. David Freese, the hitter.
We might have a world record here for a Max Scherzer hold. I got my stopwatch out. Let's see. Okay.
Interesting.
Back when Barry was a leadoff hitter.
So he stole 21 in approximately the Pirates' first 80 games of the year or so. There he goes. That's a hot shot. Great play by Drew to get 1 out. That gets through it. Might be first and third, nobody out. And Stephen Drew, wherever you plug him in, playing great defense.
It looked initially like it was a tough hop for Drew. The ball hit hard, maybe a hit and run, maybe just a straight steal, and David Freese decided to swing away, but a nice play by Stephen Drew. He did a really good thing too. He knew he had a fast runner, so watch the glove play, but he looked Marte back at second base. Many times as an infielder, well, he didn't really look back, he just took his time. But a lot of times you forget about the guy stealing and you throw it and he goes first to third. So nice play by Stephen Drew.
Here's Joyce, fly ball to Worth first time. Joyce hits one hard and that's foul. Clint Robinson guarding the line, almost reaching it. So the Pirates have hit 3 shots here in the 4th inning.
It's always hard when you have a lefty up that's a pull hitter. You're kind of in a modified shift as a third baseman, and you have a plus base stealer on second with 1 out. So if you're Stephen Drew right now, you're looking out of the corner of your eye as you're coming set to Starling Marte on second base, because you know you have to race to third if he decides to steal. And guys with 31 bags, they'll go if a lefty's up or righty's up. They don't care in this situation if they get a good jump.
0-2 with 1 out. He's going. Pitch taken. And just over to third easily, Marte, so he gets his 32nd stolen base at third, or had time been called, it had. And that's requested by the hitter as a rule. So he's going back. 0-2, not 1-2.
Boy, Marte doesn't care. Danny Espinosa is standing right on the base, so he's holding him. Max is looking at him, and he just goes, and he would have stolen it. He had a great jump.
Yeah.
Look at where Espinosa is. He's holding him on. That's not a big lead. But with his speed, he decides to go anyways. Let's think about it again.
Holding on that pitch. The ball's hit pretty well. Backing up Jason Worth. He's going to catch it at the edge of the track. Marte trots back to second. 2 outs.
Join the Nationals in honoring the United States Marine Corps on Wednesday, July 20th at Nats Park, part of the team's series of military branch days delivered by UPS. Visit nationals.com/tickets for more details. July 20th, 7:05, Dodgers.
By the way, the Dodgers sporting an infielder on their roster coming to D.C. by the name of Zach Walters.
Cue up the Frozen songs.
Here's Jordy Mercer. If I remember correctly, Zach had a kid sister, right? And she loved those Frozen songs.
That's why I did it. It's cool.
Yeah. Jordy Mercer will step out. Double down the left field line his first time. He's been a tough out in this series. 3 for 7 with an RBI. Oh-2 with 2 outs. Swing and a miss on a heater away. Strikeout number 6 for Max Scherzer. So the Pirates keep putting him off the stretch every inning, and he keeps denying them. 4th inning of Nationals baseball, brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid. All-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Geico President's Race, it's National Ice Cream Day. And look at that flying cone taking down 4 of our former chief executives, then chasing down Abe. That is brutal. Who's going to recover and win it? Tall Tom Jefferson.
That's the last time I ordered a waffle cone.
Wow. That was violence.
Yeah,
National Ice Cream Day.
I didn't know there was violence associated with National Ice Cream Day. That's just wrong.
Well, at least they didn't go for International Emoji Day, which it is today.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
You did.
Okay.
Good job.
I have one of those on my phone. It's a baseball.
I went to the game and watched the Presidents. They got attacked by a waffle cone, Dad.
You know, if they'd only taken 15 minutes to call Geico, they could claim something there. 1-1 to Ben Revere. Base hit to left center. First time up. And this is a one-hopper. Comes up on Frazier, who drops it and recovers in time. Worth and Harper, the next two. By the way, that's 9 in a row. Retired by Chad Kuhl, who's given up one hit.
I think it's second time around. All these guys are going to have a way better idea. We've seen it before with pitchers they haven't faced.
Front door, it's in there to Worth. Jason. 9-pitch at bat, first time up, and he finally topped one right in front of the plate. Eric Kratz bounced out to throw him out. Kuhl working quickly. And this ball playable, right side, short right field. Adam Frazier, 2 down. Bryce Harper coming up. Let's hop on the Jeep and look at some numbers. Most walks before their 24th birthday, which Bryce will have this October. He's within 15 of Eddie Yost, 30 of Eddie Matthews. So he's got a chance to pass the next 3 guys on the list before his 24th birthday arrives. Now he's watching a home run there, not a walk.
I feel like he was posing in a back room in spring training for that pitcher. Yeah. That's in Vieira in one of the back rooms I'm calling. He's taken all the way. Look at this. 2 in a row.
'71 walks this year, most in the league. And all of baseball. Harper unleashes one, but it's high in the air. Short right field. Matt Joyce coming in. Sun reflecting off his glasses. And that's another 1, 2, 3, 11 in a row for Chad Kuhl, the Pittsburgh rookie, no score. Every day, all season long, we honor our wounded warriors, their families, our servicemen and women here at the ballpark. It's our DynCorp International Troop Recognition, proudly serving our nation for 70 years. Thanks to DynCorp. Top of the fifth for Max Scherzer. 8-9-1.
Little long toss.
Careful. Don't get too hard there.
I like it.
Don't get in a rundown between those two or you are out.
Just don't get crossed up that close.
Here's Eric Kratz. Scherzer struck him out swinging first time up. Skies one to left. Jason Worth waiting. This stage of the ball game, a one pitch out, a treat for any pitcher. So Max now 4 in a row. So 160 plus strikeouts. He came into the game with 164 and a sub 200 opponent's average. He started the day 192. Prior to the All-Star break, all-time look at that roster. Other than Mike Scott, they're all Hall of Famers. Mike Scott was pretty good. He threw a no-hitter in the playoffs for the Houston Astros one year.
Nasty split.
So here is Chad Kuhl. That one bolted low in the zone by Max Scherzer, who has struck out 6, so it's 1-2 here in the 5th inning. Pretty good battle between these right-handers. He's going to break off that slider. Strikeout number 7. Second time through the lineup, the Pirates only 1 hit and a walk against Max Scherzer. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
Slider started on the plate. Looking like a fastball to all the right-handers. Look at that, how long that thing stayed straight. And at the end, just subtle, late.
So Max Scherzer, 18 hitters, 15 first pitch strikes. Here's John Jaso, who has fanned twice. Yeah, good luck any time of the game trying to hit this guy. Max Scherzer is now up around 132 innings this year, and he's given up 91 hits. Well hit. Bryce Harper right there. First time today, Max gets the Pirates 1-2-3. Ramos, Robinson, and Drew straight ahead.
Sunday Smiles are brought to you by Hair Cuttery, home of the Smile Back Guarantee. No small print, just big smiles. All right. I love the buffalo hat. That was fantastic.
Everybody's smiling except the hitters right now. Tough to get a hit in this game. So let's look at our next 5. Day off tomorrow. Dodgers in for 3. And by the way, Gio has been pushed back to Wednesday night. That was noted by the Nats today. So who goes Tuesday? We shall see. And then the Padres are in next weekend to finish off this long homestand.
Might be someone you're not even thinking about. Ben Revere, I'm looking at my scorecard, broke up a perfect game.
Yeah. Oh, and that would have preserved it on a great reaction play by David Freese. Wilson Ramos couldn't hit it any harder. 1 out, 5th inning. They've made some good defensive plays.
Bullet, 104 miles an hour. And a nice play by David Freese, robbing the Buffalo extra bases.
Clint Robinson on a good running, reaching catch by Matt Joyce at the base of the right center field scoreboard. Last time up. That's 12 in a row retired by Cool. Two 2-0. Last time out. 4 runs, 7 hits, and 2 1/3 against the Cubs 7 days ago. He went 5 against the Dodgers, 6 at Oakland his first 2 starts. Robinson out ahead of that one, pulled the string on him at 85. Adam Frazier, 2 outs. Follow the Nats live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Game day, live game video highlights and StatCast. So you're up to the moment any moment. Download MLB.com at Bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet or both. Stephen Drew is next. Struck out swinging first time. 1 of 3 Ks by Cool. Most pitches he's thrown in the big leagues this year, 91 in that second start at Oakland July 2nd, 6 innings. He's got a great pitch count going all of a sudden after a long couple of innings to start. Max Scherzer has gotten his day back in order. 72 pitches after 5 innings.
Seems like he's sneaky fast too. You're seeing a lot of Nats hitters and hitters counts fouling pitches off, fouling fastballs off. They're looking for him, having trouble getting to him.
Drew under 1 to left. Starling Marte. Yeah, one Ben Revere hit 14 batters ago. The only safety for the Nats today.
Max Scherzer's faced the Pirates at Nats Park. He's pitched 14 innings and given up only 3 hits. No runs. And he's been lights out here again today. It's time for some key in the driver's seat. 7 strikeouts. Max Scherzer hoping for some offense from his ball club, but he's doing his best to keep the Pirates off the board.
Now Max has retired 6 in a row. Adam Frazier, Andrew McCutchen, Starling Marte, top of the 6th. 0-3-0 Pittsburgh, 0-1-0 Washington. Pirates have stranded Ford. The Nats 1. Ben Revere. Perfect 90 plus to the outside edge. Frazier's been on twice. First inning double, 3rd inning walk. Pretty tardy for that one.
Because of the fastball in the pitch before, he was thinking inside. The fastball went to the other side and he was late.
Frazier 5 out of his last 12. Facing a 1-2 here. He's going to swing it well, and another extra base hit for him. Adam Frazier, the offensive star for the Pirates so far. He's at second base, nobody out here in the 6th.
Third double of the season, 2nd today off Max Scherzer, so Adam Frazier needs to play more. Him get on top of the fastball, so he's late on the previous one outside. This one had a little more plate. No stride, 2-strike mode. Flipping it down the left field corner, and now it's up to Andrew McCutchen to get him to 3rd or more. Nice at bat again by the Pirates second baseman.
McCutchen 2 strikeouts today swinging. So the Pirates box score, it's the Adam Frazier show. On base 3 times. 2nd inning double, Jordy Mercer stranded at 2nd. Leadoff hit single by Starling Marte in the 4th, stranded at 2nd eventually. Jammed him. Here comes Drew on the run. Good play. Easily to 3rd, Frazier. He's there with 1 out.
Well, good read by Adam Frazier. And Andrew McCutchen gets the job done. Doesn't matter how it looks. He advances the runner. And don't forget about McCutchen's play on Ben Revere in the 1st inning. He cut off a would-be double, kept Revere at first base. In a 0-0 game, you don't think about a play in the 1st inning being big, but that little dribbler to 3rd base, advancing Frazier, and the play he made in center field in a 0-0 game could turn out huge.
Here's Marte. Nats infield in. Everybody in their baselines here. Marte tried to bunt for a hit last time. Nearly did it, went foul. Then he rifled a base hit to left.
Obviously pitching for the strikeout right here, right now.
First pitch, and the Pirates have the lead. That ball really hit hard. Frazier scores. Pittsburgh with no extra base hits in the first 2 games. And today they've hit 4 doubles out of their 5 hits. Marte's 33rd RBI.
Boy, you can't hit one any harder than that. 20th double of the year for Starling Marte. 109 miles an hour off the bat. And when you're playing infield in like Stephen Drew just was, not a fun thing. First pitch fastball right down the middle. He wanted it inside, but he left it with a lot of plate. Marte, a guy that doesn't wait around very often. Beautiful swing to put the Pirates up 1-0.
And don't forget about Marte now at second base. If it wasn't for a timeout call 2 innings ago, he had 3rd base stolen. He's at second with 1 out for David Freese, who's pulled it. There he goes. Throw, not in time. But evidently, It was. It looked like Ramos was going to get it there late, and hanging around the bag is Marte. He's not convinced he's out.
He looks safe from way up here.
I'm sure the Pirates will look at this. Call made by Chris Conroy.
So let's take a look at it again together. He looked safe to me. Was he out? Did they get it right? Can't really tell in that angle. Huh.
I got to tell you, he still looks safe to me.
Yeah, this will show you, right? He's got the oven mitt on. Did that get in there? Tough to tell there, too.
Looked like the swipe tag missed his wrist.
What do you got right here? That's safe. So to overturn a call, the other day I started to tell a story on the air. It was in Chelsea, New York with the Saturday Fox game, and I went up to the replay review thing, and I watched how they do it. As soon as there's a close play, they all kind of rush to the screen. They're seeing all 12 feeds from both trucks.
How many guys you talking about here?
They have one umpire at every game. He's sitting there with the headset on. So he's looking at all the feeds from the visiting truck, from the home truck. And what they have is this thing called a cube. It's a box that they put over the play, and it zooms in incredibly close and keeps it pretty clear. And they tell me when they overturn a call, it's not just the umpire who's doing the game's call. They all get together and talk about it. And it's 3, 4, 5 people saying, what do you got? When they leave a call the same, they say it's not that big a deal because, you know, you got it right. Hey, you got it right. I'm the umpire. I'm just going to make the call. But the umpire will defer to the staff that's on hand there in Chelsea and ask for everybody's opinion before they overturn a call. So when you overturn a call, that's why sometimes it takes a little longer, but they got this one pretty quick.
Runner is safe. Marte, 32nd steal. He's at third base with one out.
Yeah, they got that right. You can see the oven mitt getting in there before the glove. He tags him up on the wrist, and the hand's already in there. Maybe even the forearm.
Yeah.
Might have blocked himself off. Did you see where Chris Conroy was to make that call? He's behind the play.
Infield in again. It was strike one on the pitch to David Freese. Target away.
It was
so the slider had him reaching.
It was fascinating stuff, Cart, because they say in an ESPN or a Fox game it takes longer because of the delays to generate the replays to watch. And if it's an Exmo replay, it takes longer to regenerate. And they said sometimes when we're complaining about how long it's taken, they have to reset runners and go over that whole thing with a high home camera that they have. So that's what takes a long time, too. So I learned a lot in being in there about 20 minutes watching what they do.
0-2 pitch. Ramos keeps it close.
Then I asked him, I said, do you ever listen to the broadcasters crushing you for how long it's taking? And he said, no, we don't.
Did you ask anybody about the managers coming out when they're already out of challenges, asking for things to be looked at? Because to me, that's kind of a sore point there.
Yeah, they invited me in. It was a nice gesture. I didn't think I should bring up sore points.
1-2 with one out. Freese will get a piece of it. Going out over the shoulder catch, and a very fine one by Trey Turner. Bryce Harper, I'm not sure he would have gotten there, and that's an outstanding play by the rookie. 2 outs.
It's a big out. I don't know if Bryce lost it in the sun or got a bad jump, didn't see it, but he wasn't there. And right field to center field, you see him pointing at his sunglasses. He couldn't see it, but Trey Turner, how cool is this? Over the shoulder, not a problem. And you have a plus runner in Starling Marte on third, who had to shuffle down just in case he dropped it. That's a big second out, folks.
Boy, he kept his cool. Trey Turner, usually a shortstop by trade, but he's played second base here in the big leagues. Matt Joyce, 2 fly balls to left today. And Marte's original leadoff here is 20 to 25 feet down the line. Strike one. So if there's anything in the dirt, Wilson Ramos will have to keep it real close. Right side, Clint Robinson. Max Scherzer, with help from Trey Turner, does well to keep it a 1-0 game. Pirates on top. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Clayton Kershaw, simulated game Saturday. He could start that Thursday noon game here in D.C. Padres got a walk-off balk to beat the Giants last night. And Major League Baseball has told managers to cool it, arguing balls and strikes. So everybody get cool. It's hot in July.
Did they really?
Pretty cool guy on the mound right now. So they sent out an email to everybody that said cool it?
Yeah, just
nice.
I mean, there's no arguments between managers and umpires anymore. It's set for balls and strikes. Everyone does the headphones sign now instead of arguing. You've taken away the collision at home plate, the collision at second base. Now you can't even argue balls and strikes.
Oh, man.
Sterilize baseball more. Let's have everybody out there just hug each other for 9 innings.
0-2 to Danny Espinosa. Tried to bunt first time up. So here he is, 6th inning, only his second at bat, the only Nats hit of the day. A solid, clean, well hit Ben Revere opposite field single, 1 out, 1st inning. Cool since then, 14 in a row. Nats would love to see Danny aboard and let Scherzer bunt him over.
Well, in a 1-0 game this late, you'll hear things in the dugout like, hey, we had to score anyways, let's go.
Counts back even. Archimedes Caminero and A.J. Schugel. I told you that these are kind of uncharted waters now for the rookie. He did go 6 at Oakland, his second big league start. 2 runs on 7 hits. That hits Danny Espinosa. So right now that's as good as a hit for the ball club, and he's aboard in the 6th inning. Only the second base runner all day, and Danny Espinosa hit by a pitch for the 14th time.
So 18 home runs, 6 base hit bunts, and 14 hit by pitches. Weird combo, but the Nats will take a base runner here in the bottom of the 6th. Now it's up to Max Scherzer to get him along.
Max 5 sacrifice bunts this year, 21 career. They're in at the corners. Freese and Jaso ready to come. Scherzer pulls the bat back, and a good decision. The ball's outside.
With the way Jaso's charging, the way Freese is charging, Frazier going to first base, and Mercer covering second, he has the whole infield if he pulls back and gets a ball on the ground. If you could just see what we're seeing up here, they're charging so hard and everybody moving a different place. Nobody's on the infield. Look at that. If he just hits it on the ground.
Strasburg, an exciting bunt play the other night, scored a run. Tanner Roark has an RBI in this series, getting contact with a ground ball last night. Scherzer pulls it back again. No swing, confirms Paul Nauert, and the count's 2-1.
He kind of jabbed at it for a second. Just a little flinch, and then he pulled it back. It wasn't much, but there was something there. Watch the little. No. They could have said yes on that.
Runners going. Throw to second. Safe is Danny Espinosa. Now Jordy Mercer's taking his glove and pointing toward the third base dugout. He might be claiming he tagged him on the way by. But at least for now, Danny Espinosa is at second base. And he's 7 for 7 this year. And this will be an immediate appeal by the Pirates.
Clint didn't even ask his bench coach to go to the phones. He just said, I'm trusting my player that he tagged him. Did he get him on the helmet or the shoulder? Got him on the helmet and the shoulder. He's out. Pretty good effort on the slide by Danny to make it that close, because the throw beat him.
Pretty negative reaction by the crowd. That didn't take any time at all. 2-6 on the caught stealing. And the Pirates can keep on challenging as long as they succeed.
If I'm Paul Nauert at first, I'm thinking, okay, I better get the next one right, because my buddies are 0 for 2.
Scherzer, meanwhile, takes ball 3. He'll stay alive with a chopper. Max Scherzer takes strike 3, 2 down. Only the 4th strikeout by Chad Kuhl today, who has been unhittable except for one swing. When you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you, Ronaldo Lopez at Syracuse. 22-year-old, and he can bring it. Might he be a candidate to start soon at the highest level? We shall see. So Trey Turner has been tossing some bats lately. That one way into the seats over the Pirate dugout.
Everybody okay? We're good? Little man get a bat?
It's the usher's job to see if they want the bat back.
And not a lot of pine tar on that bat, is there? It's good distance, though, as long as nobody got hurt.
That little guy will end up with that bat or another. They're booing the stadium worker, but he's supposed to find out if they want the bat back. If he doesn't, then all is well. And if he wants it back, they'll make an exchange. 0-2 to Turner.
It's getting late.
Pitch number 86. Turner did not stop, and the Nats are gone. So after 6, 1-0 Pirates. Chad Kuhl, the rookie, brilliant and cool today.
here at Nats Park on a Sunday afternoon as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Don't miss Bryce Harper Kids Jersey Day. That's Sunday, July 24th, 1:35 against the Padres. First 10,000 fans, ages 12 and under. You get that jersey you're looking at right now. Visit nationals.com/tickets today.
Yeah, he got a bat. I think, didn't we see one youngster earlier this year on the road get a Wilson Ramos bat? They took it away and he ended up with a Bryce Harper model.
Either one of those is good.
Yeah. Top 7, Mercer, Kratz. And as the Pirates bullpen continues to work, that might mean Cool's done for the day. 86 pitches, 55 strikes. Rookie they're bringing along. We'll see how they play it. Jordy Mercer 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout. Max Scherzer starts this inning with 85 pitches. Cool's thrown 86. Front door on the breaking ball, pretty close. Mercedes-Benz will have a look.
I think by the body language, Max wanted it.
Two. Mets continue to lead 3-0 after 7 at Philadelphia. Marlins picked up a run in the 4th. They're tied at St. Louis. Max Scherzer has already gone 6 innings for the 18th time this year in 20 starts. Trying to make it a dozen times with 7 or more. 2-2 again. Base hit. Jordy Mercer's hitting well over 300 his last 26 games. Look at the strikeouts by a right-handed pitcher. First 250 career starts. Max 251 including today, and right there with Pedro and the great Ryan.
Pretty good list.
I guarantee you Nolan Ryan had the most walks in his first 250 starts of any of those guys. Once he corralled that, and down goes the catcher, Eric Kratz. That was a slider.
Yeah.
Here's Sean Rodriguez to hit for Chad Kuhl. Nicely done. Kratz deadening the ball and getting Mercer to scoring position with 1 out.
Nicely done.
Neftali Feliz had a rough third of an inning here Friday night. Gave up a hit, a walk, responsible for a couple of runs. We'll worry about that in the bottom of the inning. Right now, here's Sean Rodriguez, who's never faced Scherzer, to pinch hit. Rodriguez in the series 1 for 4. Hit the ball hard a couple of times last night. Three for 13 with an RBI as a pinch hitter.
That might have been his pitch right there. Slider, 87, sitting up. You come off the bench against a guy like Max Scherzer, you usually get one pitch to hit. That might have been it.
If you're wondering why Greggy Polanco isn't pinch hitting here, he hasn't played in the series. He's got a hamstring that's not bad enough to put him on the DL, but they're being careful with him. And now it's 0-2 Scherzer to Rodriguez. Out of play right side.
3 sliders in a row.
Pretty much nothing from an opportunity standpoint for Washington today. Revere was at second base with 2 outs in the first when Harper grounded out. That was their only opportunity. One on, 1 out, top of the 7th. Outfield straight away for Rodriguez. Way inside, and it got him. So Max had him 0-2. 2 on, 1 out now.
He's gassed. Warm day, 98 pitches, left a couple of sliders up, a fastball up, and now he hits Rodriguez. You know, he's worked hard in this game to keep it right where it's at. So I think that 98 pitch count a little bit higher than it would seem based on the weather here today and based on how hard he's had to work.
Nobody warming up, but the bullpen phone just rang and activity happening. Here's John Jaso. 2 strikeouts, a line drive to Harper last time.
See the slider? It's up. That's a telltale sign that a guy's tired.
That's bullpen. Not a whole lot of work suddenly out of the break, with Strasburg and Roark doing their things this weekend.
Everybody getting loose.
Oliver Perez. And Blake Trinan. Ramos target right on the outside edge. That one got a little more plate than intended. Drew over foul ground with a running catch. 2 outs. And now the Scherzer nemesis, Adam Frazier, coming in.
Well, the good thing for Adam Frazier, he's got a couple of doubles today. He's been on base 3 times. The bad thing for Adam Frazier is now he's going to face Max Scherzer every single time the Pirates play the Nats. He's in there.
Including a very interesting scenario in September when the Nats will play their 3 final road games of the year at PNC Park. They'll be on a road trip to Atlanta, Miami, and then Pittsburgh before coming home for the final week.
He's still got that eater going, even if the slider's not working like it was earlier. He just did the whole stealing sheep, I'm carrying the luggage to your hotel room thing, going back up on the mound. Empty the tank right here, right now.
Frazier, a couple of doubles, around a walk. This time a fly ball. What a day for Max Scherzer in terms of battling. 7 innings for the 12th time this year. The Nats still have time, but kind of 2 innings the way Melanson's been closing. The telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals. Well, you almost can't say enough good things about Chad Kuhl, considering the opponents he's faced, including Kershaw and Lester and Scherzer today. The Nats very much in this game, but they've got a red-hot closer in Mark Melanson, so offensively it has to start happening pretty quickly. And
right now with Ben Revere, I mean, you got a new pitcher in the ball game. I haven't turned around to see who it is yet, but you got Kuhl out of there. That's step one. And now Ben Revere get on, one-run game. And hey, if you want to win a division, win a championship, these are the games you got to figure out a way. What I always say, good teams take 2 out of 3. Great teams sweep.
Yeah. Neftali Feliz, by the way, will be that pitcher. Nats roughed him up a bit here on Friday night. You know, but the Pirates are an interesting team. They seem to be real streaky. They've lost 4 in a row coming into today. They had that recent 7-game winning streak. And I know that they think they have a tough road ahead against St. Louis and Chicago in that division.
They do, but you know, I think the Nats have a tough road ahead. When you talk about, you know, playing the Dodgers coming to town, the Padres gave them a little grief in San Diego, then you go play Cleveland and San Francisco. I mean, so the schedule not getting any easier for the Nats. But first things first, you got to find a way to figure things out today. And like I said earlier, it's getting late.
That just stop. So it'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Nats. Neftali Feliz, 28-year-old right-hander from the Dominican. And it'll be his second appearance of the Nats against the Nats in this series. 43rd of the year, 41 Ks in 35 innings. He came in the 7th inning after Liriano went 6+ on Friday night. He gave up that Strasburg sacrifice bunt, the Taylor homer, a walk. So Sean Rodriguez at first, Josh Harrison at second, and Adam Frazier goes from second to right field. Ball went outside to Ben Revere. So Clint Hurdle looking for 2 innings of work to get the ball to Melanson and shoring up his infield in the process. And that's a high fly ball left side. Mercer for the first out, 7th inning.
Well, that's a situation when you're down by 1, you're a leadoff guy that can steal the base. You're thinking about maybe taking a strike late in the game, working a count, and trying to find any way to get on base when your ball club only has 1 hit. See the Nats Stars of tomorrow, just 30 minutes from Nats Park. If you have a helicopter, for ticket information, call the number on your screen or go to PotomacNationals.com.
Pirate pitcher, by the way, batting in the leadoff spot, 7th inning. And it's Jason Worth now, 0 for 2 today with a bouncing ball in front of home plate and then a pop-up to the right side. Fastball is in there. Right off the box, right off the pitcher. And the Nats have their 2nd base hit of the day. It took 6 innings for that second one. And Perez shaking his left hand there after some contact on a line drive.
I think it was a slider. Kind of hung up there, and Jason hit it right on the nose. And you need base runners. Nicely done. See if Bryce can figure out Neftali Feliz. Clint Hurdle making sure his pitcher's okay, and here we go.
Yeah, Harper was on deck Friday night when Feliz walked Worth, his last batter. So the tying runs on base. Washington responds here. We'll be saying, wow, what a great job by Max Scherzer to keep it close all day. Right now, the Nats trying to get him off the hook. Hits hard to come by. Bryce is 0 for 2 and only 1 for 9 in the series against Pittsburgh. Up and away, ball 1.
We can get a win here if the Nats figure it out. Maybe one swing, who knows?
One and 0 to Harper, target away.
Oh.
Yeah, that did not hit the away target. That got some plate.
It's not where you want to throw Bryce Harper a fastball when you're up 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th, and you see how he just cuts under that just a hair, and that would have been 2-1 Nats. Took a huge hack.
Inside, good take, 2-1. Wilson Ramos hit the daylights out of the ball last time. Robbed of a double by Freese at third. He's on deck. Crucial pitch here. 2-2. Harper left side base hit. Got enough of it to sneak it by David Freese. And the Nats have first and second, one out with Wilson Ramos coming up.
A good two-strike adjustment by Bryce Harper. So he took a few mighty hacks, and then he takes a little out of his swing with 2 strikes. I think he got another changeup from Felice. This one was up. Stays on it nice. Goes the other way. So game on. Nats in business here in the bottom of the 7th. First and second, one out for the Buffalo after a couple of good at-bats by Jason Worth and Bryce Harper.
Well, he's the best hitting catcher in baseball. Exclamation point. Fly ball to right in the 2nd. Scorch it to 3rd, robbed in the 5th. Wilson Ramos 2 RBIs away from 50. And a big time game situation for both ball clubs here in the 7th. Way inside after the first one was near the edge, and the count's even.
Well, he's had some success in this series going the other way. Last time up, he lined out to 3rd. The Pirates have made the adjustment. They're trying to jam Wilson with fastballs inside here. I'm pretty sure he's aware of it.
Snap throw to 2nd, and Worth back in time. Tell you, Eric Kratz from his knees really unleashing a throw.
Yeah, that was a seed. That picked me off up here. I'll tell you that. I wasn't thinking about that. Look at this. Looks like he's just throwing it back to the pitcher, and then he throws a bullet from his knees to 2nd. All right.
Nice throw, Pudge. 2-1 to Wilson Ramos.
It's a risky play in a 1-0 game with 1 out. That ball goes into center field.
One nothing ball game. Tying runs at 2nd. Ramos will take it. Front door slider. Got the corner. 2-2. Nissan will track it.
Kind of backed up a little bit, didn't it? Got the call. He wanted that down and away. That was a location mistake.
Wilson Ramos fights it off.
See, Jason, he was going. Shuffle, shuffle, started to run, and then had to choke it off because he had too good of a jump. He thought he was way too far out there, and he quit. It's a good move. He's trying to steal 3rd, make something happen.
Tony Watson warming up for the Pirates. Probably for Robinson on deck. And a 2-2 with 1 out. Wilson Ramos up the middle, and that's caught on a fly double play by Josh Harrison. Jason Worth got picked off on that line drive. Hard read. And the Nats are frustrated here in the 7th. Just no time to get back.
things to break down here in the game within the game. Going back to a couple of pitches ago where Jason Worth shuffles off the bag. It looks like he's trying to steal third. Watch Jason, top of your screen. Trying to get a jump, right? So now if I'm Josh Harrison at second base, I have to keep him close. And look at the Phillies deking Jason back. So now because he got deked back, he tries to shuffle off and make up for it. And in shuffling off to make up for getting deked back, Josh Harrison is there to hold him on initially. So he's there. The line drive goes to him, steps on the bag. So a whole lot of stuff going on right there. But watch the fake back. And now he has to make up for that. And why is Josh Harrison standing right there? Because the pitch before we showed you, Jason was trying to steal third. Now he gets closer to the bag, and the ball goes right to him. So that's just the way that whole thing went.
I got to tell you, when I saw that motion by Feliz, I thought he was going to second.
Yeah.
And then he just kept on going and turned around and went to home. So, top 8 now. Blake Treinen takes over for Max Scherzer. And for the 28-year-old Nat, 41st appearance, 2.21 ERA. Great comeback in the 9th inning last night. Gave up a hit to McCutchen. Got Jung, Rodriguez, and Harrison to end the game and preserve the shutout. Andrew McCutchen, base hit against him last night, 2 for 3 career against the Nats reliever.
I don't think Jason gets doubled up there if he's in his normal primary lead and his normal secondary lead, but because he was deked back and felt like he had to make up for it, all his momentum was going away from the play.
Left side, Drew waiting for it. Low throw. Clint Robinson, the pick, 1 out.
Tex Masson's word of the day, steak. To 29292 for your chance to win a signed Mike Rizzo steak at Outback gift card from Masson, brought to you by Outback Steakhouse, open for lunch every Bloomin' Day with over 70 combos starting at $6.99.
Starling Marte, 2 for 3 today, single, double RBI, and his 32nd steal. For 3 career against Blake Treinen. Took a step as if to square. That got Drew on the way in. Marlins have picked up some runs at St. Louis, so both the Mets and Miami ahead in their ball games today. While the Nats trail 1-0. 8th inning here. Two 2-0.
Tell you what, I've enjoyed watching the progression of Starling Marte over the years. You remember when he was a young player, a rookie, if you will, swinging at everything.
Yeah.
And now he's got better command of the strike zone. He's an all-star. The batting average above 300. More like a leadoff hitter, hitting fourth, if you will.
Yeah, power numbers down a little bit this year. He hit 19 homers last year, but as you say, not hacking as freely. It's cut down his strikeouts. Last year, fanned 123 times, 131 and 138 the 2 years before that. 2-1 pitch from Blake Treinen. Metro's extensive track work could limit your travel options and your commute options for the coming week. For help getting around, look for Mission Metro alerts on WUSA 9 and download the WUSA 9 app right now. Two with 1 out. Wow, some kind of big slider. Marte will just retreat to the dugout after that strikeout. 2 down.
Well, he thought he was getting another sinker, and he got the slider. Look at this one. Never really in the strike zone. Marte just in swing mode.
With 2 outs, David Freese. facing Blake Treinen for the first time. Well, he's throwing free and easy right now. That ball just exploding. Then he's got that front door going on the slider right there. Well, the bat to the outfield grass on the strikeout. Clint Robinson is due up. The Pirates have left-hander Tony Watson ready. Stephen Drew and Danny Espinosa after Clint.
$250 to the Children's National Health System for every home run a Nats player hits this year, so keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection, and Tony Watson is on for the Pirates, and he's given up 4 of those this year.
So our UPS store called to the bullpen for Tony Watson, the lefty. Together, there's nothing we can't solve. Visit the upsstore.com for locations. 31-year-old lefty, good career ERA, 2.52 in his 6th year with the Pirates. Not a big strikeout guy, but he's only given up 26 hits in 39 innings.
A pretty much fastball changeup guy, occasional slider. Fastball averages 93. Lefty's hitting 200, righty's below 200.
Well, when you face the Pirates, this is kind of like a couple of years ago when Jason Grilli was getting everybody out in the 9th. Now it's Mark Melancon. So the key 8th inning gets underway. Lefty-lefty matchups here. Clint Robinson outside. Clint facing Tony Watson for the first time.
Dusty Baker said he'd use Daniel Murphy to pinch hit today, so don't forget about that.
Up in the zone toward the outside edge. Counts even, 1-1. We don't see Clint dispute very often, do we?
Not quite as bad as John Jaso's strike 3. I still can't get that one.
The pitch by which the rest of the day will always be measured.
Good for Max, but as a former hitter, that one's one I'm going to remember driving home today.
Outside, 3-1. So important to get a base runner here because looming later in the inning is a right-handed hitting Danny Espinosa, who has been so hot.
Well, you might as well figure Michael Taylor's hitting right now if he gets on.
Yeah, as far as pinch running, you're right. And the Pirates don't have anybody throwing right now. Chris Heisey.
Go Heisey for Drew. A lot of things Dusty can do right here. We'll see.
3-2 now.
Step one is stealing first.
That's going to ring him up on the outside edge. Let's have a look at this one.
Well, that's a big-time pitch in a big-time situation by Tony Watson. I mean, you talk about darting the outside corner in a 3-2 pitch. His ball club needed that right there in a one-run game. Pretty good pitch.
Stephen Drew, the hitter. 2 career plate appearances against Tony Watson. The left-hander has walked Stephen both times. One out, bottom 8th. And Drew got jammed. To the right side, Josh Harrison. Into the 4 o'clock hour here at Nationals Park. Nats trying to sweep. Still a chance to do so, but they're running out of outs. They've won 15 of their last 19 home games. But Pirate pitching shutting them down on just 3 hits today. Chris Heisey, at least for now, 4. Blake Trinan on deck. Danny Espinosa. 1 career plate appearance against Watson. He was hit by a pitch. Danny batting .278 right-handed.
But this is a swing hard in case you hit it at bat. Yeah, just let it fly. You're trying to tie the game up with 1 swing. If you're Danny, you're 0 for 1. You've been hit by a pitch. Who cares if you're 0 for 2? You're trying to tie this game up.
And with that, Watson gave him the changeup. Marte real deep in left. Espinosa on another off-speed pitch, down on strikes. Big time 8th inning for Tony Watson. So we go to the 9th. Papelbon coming in. 1-0 Pirates. Well, there's the big three that we talked about. They've all pitched in this series. Nats have outscored the Pirates 11-2 in these 3 games, but have to battle back to get the sweep today. Top of the 9th inning, Jonathan Papelbon against Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer, and Eric Kratz. For Papelbon, 30th appearance, 2.83 ERA.
Yeah, fastball slider split. Fastball averaging 90.9 miles an hour this year.
Drew Shallow at third. Harrison 1 for 3 career against Jonathan. First at bat today. Josh 1 for 8 in the series. In on his hands enough to keep it in the yard. Bryce Harper battling that sun out there this time of the day. 1 out.
And just like we promised you earlier in the ball game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Couple of doubles in the 6th inning. The difference in this ball game, Adam Frazier, who proved to be a tough out for Max Scherzer today. A couple of doubles, a leadoff double in the 6th. Andrew McCutchen with a tapper to third advanced him to third base, and then Starling Marte on a first pitch heater drills it into left. And that's your offense for the day, really.
Next batter, Jordy Mercer. 0 for 1 career against the Nats closer. Eric Kratz, the number 8 hitter, next. And Papelbon with a good-looking slider. He's been pretty solid since coming back off the DL. And there's Mark Melancon. He just got up to start throwing after that first out.
Do you remember we played the Marlins and you were trying to guess if we'd be in town in September when Ichiro broke the record? He's 7 away right now. We missed that one by a few
we only
months.
missed that one by 2 months. Well, he wasn't playing much, and then they had some injuries, and boom, there he goes.
That's what we tried to figure out, that he wasn't going to play that much. He's right there.
Clint Robinson, 2 outs. Johnny Holiday and Ray Knight in the yard. When this one's over, they have the Nats Extra Postgame Show presented by who but W.B. Mason. Eric Kratz, first at bat ever against Jonathan Papelbon. That ball is really hard hit. Kratz got his bat barrel out there. He's aboard with 2 outs. Pirates have their 7th hit of the day.
Tell you what, Stephen Drew's seen some missiles come his way today. That was 108 miles an hour off the bat of Eric Kratz. The Marte line drive that we just showed you was 109.
So here's another at bat for Sean Rodriguez, who's 0 for 7 career against Papelbon. He was hit by a pitch by Max Scherzer with 1 out, 7th inning. Max did a great job of stranding 7 Pirates on the bases today. Hit a batter, 1 walk, gave up 6 hits. Max only had the luxury of 1 1-2-3 inning today.
Deserved a better
Jung Ho
fate.
Gung waiting. Their pitcher spot is the leadoff spot next. That ball hammered foul. That was a hanger. That ball scorched. Somehow, Paul Nauert got out of the way, or rather Ron Culpa, and then the Nats able to make that play. Here it goes now. Bottom of the ninth. It's all about the Nats against Mark Melancon. Nationals baseball on Masson, brought to you by Airlines for America, where airplanes land, opportunity takes off. By Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. And by Just for Men, mustache and beard, your best beard ever. We'll be jumping in there as soon as the Nats come back on this one. Looks like it's going to start with Chris Heisey in the number 9 spot, then Turner and Revere. Dusty could go with Murphy here, but it doesn't appear that's going to happen.
He's turning around right now trying to find Daniel Murphy. I see him down the dugout.
Meanwhile, Mark Melancon, he was a little late coming out after his warm-up tosses. The umpires were kind of looking out to the bullpen as if to ask, where is he? 41st appearance, 23 saves in a row, and he's 27 out of 28 this year, third most in the league.
Yeah, he's hitting second. I mean, you have to believe he's hitting second, right?
Okay, for Turner.
Even though Trey's in the on-deck circle, that would be the obvious slot. Chris Heisey going to lead it off against the fastball, cutter, curveball combination from Mark Melancon. Throws a lot of cutters, 64% of the time.
That became a closer with Houston, 20 saves in 2011. And for the Pirates now, last 3 years, 1633. And last year led the league. He was an all-star for the second time when he had 51. He's on about that pace right now.
I think man on, Dusty might go with Daniel Murphy. Nobody on. He might want Trey Turner's wheels on, so we'll see what he does.
Heisey, 2 for 8 career with a walk.
Because why wouldn't you just throw him in the on-deck circle right now if he's hitting? It's not like the Pirates are going to make a pitching change. They have the closer in, so I think that might be the scenario. We'll see.
Heisey is a pinch hitter this year, 5 for 25, 3 pinch solo home runs.
Melancon has allowed just 6 hits in his last 50 at-bats for a 120 average against.
Good take by Chris Heisey. Count in his favor, 2-1. Heisey up the middle. Nats get a horrible break as it's deflected right to the shortstop. 1-6-3, 1 out.
A horrible break is right. This ball's heading for center field, and Melanson does a nice job of getting his glove up in self-defense. It ricochets right to Jordy Mercer, so a good at-bat by Chris Heisey with some horrible luck.
Trey Turner next, facing Melanson for the first time. Murphy on deck for Ben Revere. Trey 0 for 3 today, fly ball, couple of strikeouts. They've been working him away with breaking stuff.
That was a cutter right there, which is a lot like a slider, and that's what Trey's seen all day.
Another 2-1 count. Two to Trey Turner. Swing and a miss on 82. Nats are down to their final hope, and it's the league's leading hitter. First at bat out of the break.
Everything away. Look at where the sequence is, and then a backup curveball gets Trey Turner. He was probably looking down and away. He came up and in, and listen to the ovation for Murph.
Murphy 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter. Career 3 for 4 against Mark Melanson. And a strike call low in the zone. First at bat of the series after a fantastic all-star game. Both sides of the ball. Off speed outside. So he's gone 2-1 on all 3 hitters.
Get you one you like.
And Murphy slams it off the gear of Eric Kratz. Nationals have been held to 2 hits 3 times this year. Today's ball game, no runs on 3 hits. Where Murphy ranks when he gets his 4 at-bats or so every night. And now it's down to 1 pitch. Got jammed. Murphy broke his bat on that one. Crowd of 32,755 on its feet. Still hoping the Nats can get even and go ahead to sweep. Worth on deck if it goes that far. 2-2 to Murphy again. Target in. Murphy to right. If it stays fair, it does. See you later. Game tied. The man is unbelievable. Curtain call coming on his 18th of the year.
Jason Worth is waiting. The fans want Murph. Murph VP right there, folks.
Blown save for Melanson. The first time in 24 outings for him. Now here's Jason Worth.
Did you see what happened there? Melanson shook off 4 pitches to get to the cutter in. Kratz wanted fastball away. He wanted curveball. He wanted slider. He wanted anything but the cutter. Melanson shook to the cutter. And we talk about Murphy being on the plate. And there's a small window to get that cutter in because he's crowding the plate. It's hard to get it in there. And he didn't get it in. And we're going to extra innings.
Daniel Murphy saves the day. What a way to get your league-leading 118th hit. And because of that man, we've got more baseball ahead from Nationals Park. It took till one of the last couple of pitches of the game for the Nats to get on the board. No hook, just a home run.
This is the sign for the cutter. And watch Eric Kratz and watch the slant of the sign. So the first sign's going to be a 3, but he wants the cutter backdoor, so he's going to slant it away to Melanson. Watch the 3. Slanting toward his dugout. That's backdoor cutter. He wants it off the plate. He gives it again. No. Then he goes curveball, fastball away. Now he slants the 3 in, so that means an inside cutter. So he's flirting with disaster right there. We always talk about closers get beat to the big part of the ballpark.
Yeah.
Murphy crowds the plate. He's looking for it in there. So the 4th pitch, the cutter down and in, which Melanson shook to. Murphy goes deep. We're tied up. We're going extra innings. Don't shake off Crash, man. He knew what he wanted. Melanson was committed to that pitch. Murphy was looking for it in there. He got it. But an interesting sequence of events before you got to the cutter down and in.
Tremendous drama. Here we go, 10th inning. Sean Kelly. And it's Jung Ho Gung hitting for Melanson.
What more can you ask of Daniel Murphy?
Nothing. Not a single thing.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's stuff that if it happened in a movie, you'd say, come on, this movie is not real. That doesn't happen. Bryce did it earlier in the year to the Twins. And now Murphy does it to the Pirates.
I found it quite natural to witness what we just saw.
Roy Hobbs.
Unbelievable. Gung 0 for 2 career against Sean Kelly. The count's 1-1. High fly ball right side. Trey Turner. 1 out, 10th inning.
108 miles an hour, 406. I mean, just having a storybook year. Whatever he does, unbelievable.
I mean, the guy hadn't swung a bat in a game since Tuesday, and that was against the best of the American League.
It's not that easy. He's sitting there thinking, did that really just happen? Did I really just do that?
Nats, by the way, 4-3 in extra innings this year. 3-1 here. There's Adam Frazier facing Sean Kelly for the first time. This guy's been a major pain for the Nats all afternoon. Pirates in extra innings, and there's strike 2, are 4-4, and they're 3-1 on the road. And the Nats have only used 2 relievers. Trinan for the 8th, Papelbon for the 9th. And for those of you who believe in 2 fairy tales in the same afternoon, Harper is the leadoff batter, bottom 10.
All right, I'm in.
Art Gamides Caminero.
All about fairy tales.
2-2 with 1 out. Frazier, tough to get the ball by him. Frazier drives one to left center. That ball's well hit. Heisey can't get it. It is at the base of the wall. So Adam Frazier goes Stephen Drew and has 3 doubles today.
I mean, based on one day, I like Adam Frazier. Said Captain Obvious with his 3rd double, but this guy's a tough out. And a little pop in his bat, too.
Well, that thickens the plot here in the 10th inning. Andrew McCutchen, 1 for 2 career against Sean Kelly, who struck him out earlier in this series. McCutchen 0 for 4 today. 3 for 12 this weekend, has a 5-game hitting streak on the line.
I just got an exciting game alert on my cell phone. You think? Thanks.
Hit pound if you're already there.
How they got to that pitch to Murphy is still fascinating to me.
On a pitch up, McCutchen pops it up. Long run for Bryce Harper. Foul ground, and he's there. 2 down. Well, you keep that guy from driving in runs, you've got a chance to beat the Pirates. And the Nationals pitchers have done that all weekend. Marte now, 2 outs.
They're talking. I'm watching Mike Maddox and Dusty Baker, and they're going to put him on. I wondered if they were going to go after David Freese instead of Marte. Marte's one of those guys that teases you into thinking, okay, we can slider him right here. He'll chase, but a swinging bat is a dangerous bat. And whatever happens here, I think Dusty Baker's making the right decision.
Absolutely. 2 hits today. One of the top 9 in the league in hits, multi-hit games, and batting average.
And that's no knock on the guy on deck. He's clutch. He knows what he's doing. He's been in the postseason. He's been a World Series hero before, and he can hit. I'm just thinking the guy in the batter's box is a hair more dangerous than the guy on deck, and Dusty Baker thinking the same way.
It'll be first and second, 2 outs. Checking the matchup numbers, David Freese is 1 for 3 career against Kelly. And that hit came leading off the 9th inning here on Friday night.
Then you still have your choice if you want to go after Josh Harrison too with third base open here. You don't have to give in to David Freese, but I don't know. I think that's what Mike Maddox is saying right now. Why would he be going to the mound? Well, hey, you make your pitch to David Freese. You make him hit your pitch. And what do we want to do here?
There goes another bat. This time the new netting at Nationals Park keeps it from possibly injuring any fans.
There's a lot of hitters mad at their bats today. They don't like them. They're throwing them away. Trey Turner did it. Am I missing one? I feel like there's bats going everywhere.
Freese today 0 for 4, 1 for 7 in the series.
Our old friend Adam Kilgore just sent out a tweet that Brandon Phillips' devotion to Cincinnati is the best thing that's ever happened to the Nationals. Clever.
Did he say demotion?
Devotion.
Oh, devotion. Okay. That I can understand. That's neat. Well, the Nats wanted Ben Zobrist. They wanted Brandon Phillips, and they got the incomparable Daniel Murphy. And the 0-2. Kelly using the 92 heater to move David Freese back a bit. Yeah, the Mets had just wrapped up their win at Philly when Murphy did what he did.
So late on the fastball away, 1-2 count. Do you try to expand with the slider here, or do you go fastball away again? See what they end up settling on. And these one-run games, these tie games, the sequence and how pitchers decide on pitches, extremely interesting.
1-2. Freeze, a swing and a miss. Now the Nats have a chance to go to the bottom of the 10th and sweep the series. Bryce Harper's first career walk-off homer came against Pittsburgh. More on that in a moment. Watch it, hear it, and marvel at it. Nats were down to their final strike when Daniel Murphy went second deck to tie the game 1 inning ago.
And then the curtain call, Murphy VP.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's got to be up there in conversation for National League MVP. He has to be.
Well, there's your game summary. Frazier, offensive star for the Bucks. Daniel Murphy, offensive star for the Nats. And it was on Thursday, July 25th of 2013. The Pirates were in town. And Bryce Harper in the bottom of the ninth. By the way, he batted leadoff that night. Hit a 2-run homer against A.J. Morris. And the Nats walked off the Pirates 9-7. First time he'd ever done it in a walk-off.
Good hops, too. Check that out. Be careful.
Bryce, by the way, almost hit for the cycle that night. Double, single homer. And here we go. Archimedes Caminero. Harper, career against him, 0 for 3. Ball one upstairs. So Archimedes, 29 years of age, 34th appearance. He's given up 4 home runs. Shift on. Harrison in right field. Ball 2.
Yeah, let him supply the power. He's throwing 98. Cutter 92. Split is the change at 91, so everything firm from Archimedes.
Jung Ho Kang stays in to play third base here. Freeze replaced in the batting order by the pitcher. Three in a row out there.
Let it rip. Green light. Why not? Good take.
Ball 4. First thing it hit was the backstop. And Bryce Harper walks for the 72nd time. The winning run is aboard.
I mean, that's not even near. That hit the mascot.
Bryce has been very frisky lately on the bases. He has 14 steals in 20 attempts. FP, how do you approach this when you're dying to get to second base, but the other guy's been all over the place to you, and you got to attack intelligently here?
Yeah, make him throw a strike, but I mean, if he's not paying attention to you and he's going to give you second base, go. I mean, there's no fear in these portions of the game.
Harper back in plenty of time.
You can't play not to lose. You got to play to win right now. So playing not to lose is, oh, make him throw a strike, get him. No. If he's a 1-6 to the plate, you get a good jump, go. If this ball's right down the middle and you're Wilson Ramos, get on it. If you're scared, you don't belong here.
Wilson's hit 2 line drives today. Unlucky to be 0 for 3.
You think about going too.
Nothing at all wrong with having a pitcher in a situation like this totally obsessed with a runner.
Well, the fact that he's doing it tells me that you can steal off him, and he's trying to protect against that. And Bryce is looking like he has tons of interest. Is he thrown over 4 times in a row? This is where you go if you're going to go.
Bryce holds, pitches outside, ball 5.
Good call by Eric Kratz. Tried to get his right-hander back in the strike zone by slowing him down with an off-speed pitch. Get his release point back for the fastball.
Ball 6.
Do you trust your hitter if you're Dusty Baker right here to have good judgment, or do you give him the take sign?
Ray Searage, the Pirates pitching coach, to the mound.
6 balls in a row. Do you let your all-star swing right here, or do you take? Back to my original point, I say hack. The reason I say that, Carp, is when you have a guy struggling, instead of trying to throw a quality strike right here to a corner, he's trying to throw a strike. And more oftentimes than not, it comes right down the middle, and it's the fattest pitch you'll ever see.
Bottom of the 10th, tie game. Winning run aboard. And a 2-0 count to Wilson Ramos. Target inner half. Way inside, ball 3. And that's 7 straight misses.
Did this you take? Big difference. You got a snowball fight going on out there. You got to let it happen.
Not even close on 8 pitches. Winning runs to second base. Clint Robinson coming up. Not a guy you would normally ask to bunt.
8 straight balls, you're not giving him an out. You're taking a strike all the way right here. You have to make him throw a strike. Then once he does, it's back to normal baseball. But until then, well, he's not going to get a chance to. Clint Hurdle's coming out. He's seen enough.
Yeah, he has seen enough. 2 walks to put the Nats in a position to win the game. So A.J. Schugel. They used Jonathan Neese last night. Watson today. They don't have a lefty for Clint Robinson. And so it's a righty-lefty matchup with the game on the line. Here in the bottom of the 10th inning, Clint Robinson coming up. And here's A.J. Schugel. 32nd appearance, 37 hits in 45 innings.
So I guess the question off the fastball, curveball, changeup combination is Clint Robinson bunting right here? He and Bob Henley had a lengthy talk while the right-hander was warming up. I would bet, based on my lip reading skills, that he is bunting right here.
These two faced each other in the 5th inning last night. There was nobody on base, so they had the shift on, and Clint hit a hot shot up the middle that turned into an out by the third baseman. They have to stay home now with 2 runners aboard, nobody out.
I just don't know how comfortable Clint is bunting, but he's way up in the box. He's definitely bunting right here.
Peter Robinson, no sacrifice bunts this year.
Oh, Okay.
Never did square. Takes a pitch low in the zone for a strike. 0 for 3 today, but 3 hits and RBI in the series.
I whiffed up my lip reading skills right there. I thought for sure he said we're button and I might take it off. Maybe he took it off before it even started.
Harper not able to get a real big lead at second. Mercer behind him. And the Pirates have still only thrown 1 strike in this inning. 10 total pitches, 9 balls. When Clint Robinson starts, he usually gets at least an RBI. 17 in 22 starts this year. Change up outside, 2-1. I'd say cloud cover this time of the day helping the hitters. Sun has disappeared. No late afternoon shadows at the moment. Robinson out to left. Harper's going to go back and tag, but that's a great arm out there, and he's not going anywhere. Starling Marte is second in the league with 10 assists. That's a huge out for the Pirates. Next up, Stephen Drew. Drew 0 for 3 today. Good and change. The 83 had him out ahead there. As Steven faces the right-hander Schugel for the first time.
So as a hitter, if you see 2 changeups in a row, you automatically start thinking fastball, because very rarely do major league pitchers triple up, meaning throwing it 3 times in a row.
Good heater to the outside edge now. A 2-strike battle.
Probably looking fastball, just not in this zone. Borderline pitch. Don't want to swing at that until you have to.
1-1 ball game, bottom of the 10th. Winning run still parked at second. The speed of Bryce Harper. Crowd falls silent. Counts even, 2-2. Drew up the middle. That's a double play ball. We're going to the 11th inning. The Nats had 2 on, nobody out. No runners advanced after that. And it's 1-1 after 10. 7th inning. Pirates will have 6, 7, and 8 coming up. And 31-year-old Yusmeiro Petit will get the call for the Nationals. 23rd appearance, 2.62 the ERA. 45 innings, 33 strikeouts. He's only given up 39 hits.
Okay, going to throw strikes, try to shave corners. Nothing really in the middle of the plate. Fastball, slider, curveball change. Fastball averaging 88 miles an hour on the year.
A.J. Schugel comes in and does an outstanding job for the Pirates. Josh Harrison first up for the Pirates. Strike one call. Harrison against Petit, career 2 for 3 with a base on balls. One at bat today after coming in on a double switch. He hit a fly ball to Harper back in the 9th. Drew even with the bag at third. Big swing, strike 2. And then he gets him reaching in the dirt. Ramos casually throws it right over the helmet of Harrison. 1 out. Next up, Jordy Mercer. They have met one time and Mercer homered off Petit. He's had a good day. 2 for 4. 4 for 10 with an RBI in the series.
Oh, it's a good pitch. Thought that was the bottom of the zone. What do you got?
One now. And this one in the air to right center. Bryce Harper actually coming in for it now. Nationals pitching continues to be outstanding. 0.80 ERA, as we mentioned earlier, in their last 5 games for the staff. And today, 1 run in 10 2/3. Eric Kratz, the catcher, next.
Well, whatever happens in this game, Max Scherzer did not deserve to lose this game. So he's off the hook. And for the Nationals' sake, you feel like they have the momentum right now.
8, 9, and 1 coming up in the bottom of the 11th. Eric Kratz, a base hit last time, 1 for 3 with a sacrifice.
On the other hand, I would say Chad Kuhl deserved to win this game. He went toe-to-toe with the big boy today.
Yeah. Indicating how tough it is to get a W at the major league level.
Yeah.
Pitched great. 86 pitches. 1 hit, no runs in 6 innings. Didn't walk anybody, hit 1 batter, struck out 5. He was all in on a 2-0.
That's where sometimes he throws pitches that I think are invisible. I mean, he'll throw it 88 right down the middle and guys will be late. They won't be near it. He has some kind of deception going on out there.
And he overpowers Kratz into a pop-up. Robinson. Pitching continues to be fabulous for the Nationals. Danny Espinosa, Chris Heisey, and Trey Turner. Now bottom 11 coming up. What a line score. 1-8-0 Pittsburgh, 1-4-0 Washington. The Daniel Murphy home run, his 4th career pinch hit homer, by the way, with 2 outs on a 2-strike count, bottom of the 9th, the reason we're still here. A.J. Schugel, 9 pitches, 5 strikes, got 3 outs, including that double play ball. Will face Espinoza, Heisey, and Turner. All 3 of these hitters will see him for the first time. I just wonder what the reaction was in the Met clubhouse in Philly after they had just won their game. This one was probably on the TVs in there, and Murphy does it again to the Mets in an indirect way. So here's Danny Espinoza, 0 for 2, hit by a pitch today. Off speed, ball 1. I think that one could have gone either way, and it's 1-1. A.J. Schugel. Only 5 games with the Diamondbacks last year. 27 years of age. That ball slamming up against Eric Kratz in his gear. Pirates got him off waivers from Seattle back in January of this year. He's done some good work for the Bucks. There's that second pitch I talked about that was called a strike. Three and 2. Matt Belisle for the Nats. The pitcher's spot would be up 4th in this inning. Espinoza rips one up the middle. That's Jordy Mercer on the shift, taking a hit away.
That's all you could do. Good at bat by Danny Espinoza. Got into a 3-2 count, bullet up the middle, and you're thinking, all right, leadoff man on. Here we go. The Pirates doing their homework in perfect position to rob a hit from Espinoza.
Chris Heisey lined into a tough luck 1-6-3 to lead off the bottom of the 9th. You never know what would have happened between there and Murphy's at bat, but if he's on base, Murphy's homer possibly could have won the game. A hot shot back to Melanson that deflected right to Mercer. Turner struck out, and then Murphy did his thing. Good eye by Heisey, 2-0.
Didn't Chris Heisey win that game against the Twins with when Bryce Harper had the pinch hit home run with him?
He did.
All right.
Yeah, one of his many clutch things he's done for the Nats this year.
Let it rip right here.
That was a leadoff homer in the bottom of the 16th. So a 3-0 that he takes. Another walk by the Pirate bullpen. So 3 of them in the last 2 innings, and this one with 1 out. So it's Trey Turner The pitcher spot due up next. Michael A. Taylor available. You're reluctant to use Jose Lobaton in a game like this. And we're not sure how Anthony Rendon's feeling if it would come to swinging the bat. Scratched from the lineup earlier because of the flu.
A lot of things you could do here if you're Dusty Baker. You have good speed on first in Chris Izey. You have Trey Turner who can handle the bat. You have a strike thrower on the mound. So maybe if it gets to a 1-0 or 2-0 count, you'll see a little action.
So there's Michael A. Taylor who comes out on deck. Three strikeouts for Trey today. A fly ball to right that started the game. It's on the outside edge. So this year, in 2 stints with the Nats, Trey is 4-for-15. A lot of ground ball room right side, but he's behind in the count. Had to reach to stay alive. Target away. Turner takes it in the dirt, and Heisey had a pretty good secondary lead, made a wise decision to go back.
There, Kratz all over that. He's been back there a long time, in the crouch for a long time. Watch him pounce on this ball on a hop. A good decision to go back to first.
Yeah, he's had a good day. Threw out Danny Espinosa trying to steal earlier. That thing had some swing back action to it, it appeared. And Trey Turner, a close shave. It's 2-2.
Did it come back? Look at all 3 of those pitches right in the same spot.
Two count, 1 out. Turner strikes out for the 4th time in a row. 2 down.
All right, let's take it back to Friday. You remember Michael A. Taylor putting that one on ice. A bolt to right center field. And that guy that caught that ball, I read on Twitter the next day, was a father that's been waiting his whole life to catch a baseball at a game. So all of that was cool. And
yeah,
hit him another one. I think he should have 2.
Well, that's Michael's most recent swing in this series. Hasn't had it at bat since. That's in there on the inside edge, and Kratz out to the mound in a hurry. So Petit goes 1 inning, gets a 1-2-3 on 11 pitches, 7 strikes. Belisle next, unless someone can end the ball game here. That ball gets away, and that's a big 90 feet.
Huge.
Heisey rounds second. Now a base hit could win it. Nats have done everything but score here lately.
The changeup in the dirt. Kratz can't get over and block it. That's a tough one, and Chris Heisey reads it. Jason Worth directing traffic, and now Michael Taylor set to be the hero.
One pitch. Close, and it's 2-1.
Boy, he wanted that elevated. Did you see that? On a 1-1 pitch, Erik Kratz was calling for a ball. He's standing up. He wants this letter high. And I thought it was a strike. Call goes Michael Taylor's way. See if he can cash in.
That was off speed, way inside. Jason Worth on deck if it continues here in the bottom of the 11th. Taylor rips one to the left side. Ball gets away from Kong, and he makes the play. So Jung Ho Jung makes an outstanding play on a ball really roasted by Michael A. Taylor. The Nats strand only their 4th runner of the day. How about that? Still a 1-1 grinder. The Nats will go to the bullpen for their 6th pitcher, Matt Belisle.
You see the arsenal for Matt. Fastball's averaging 91. Slider, curveball change. Opponent's hitting 264. Righties way better than lefties. Look at that split. A reverse split for Matt Belisle.
Michael A. Taylor stays in the ballgame now to play center field. So the pitcher spot is back to the number 9 hole with Chris Heisey out of the game. First up for the Pirates, Sean Rodriguez. Then Gung, who might have just saved the game for them. And then Adam Frazier. That ball spinning near the bag. It missed the bag, fortunately for the Nats. And Trey Turner makes a fine play.
Well, nice job of not taking your offense onto defense. Trey Turner's had a tough day. 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts, but on a spinner, you see the English on it kind of going back toward Turner. Makes a really nice play in an extra inning game. Those spinners are tough. Nice play.
I think Matt Belisle might have gotten a piece of that ball on a slight redirect. We'll call it a 1-4-3 unless we hear otherwise. Top of the order now. Jung-Ho Kang popped up to second his first time up. One-for-one career against Matt Belisle, who comes out throwing strikes. Way inside, and Kang didn't make a great effort to get out of the way. I think he would have been okay if that would have gotten him.
I got a new rule.
Okay.
If you pinch hit and you come up and you hit a home run, you can re-enter the game. Only if you hit a home run pinch hit. I mean, you could stay in the game if the manager keeps you in, but if he just wants you to pinch hit and you hit a home run, you're eligible to come back in the game for re-entry.
Raising the specter of 2 pinch hit home runs in the same game.
It goes along with all my other rules this year, I feel like.
Yeah.
This one's a little out there. But so
you know, you stick around for another 20, 25 years, some of your ideas will take hold.
I'm telling you.
I think you have an eye to the future.
Oh, the one where if you pitch 4 innings and weather delays you and you can't return to the game and you're ahead, you should qualify to be the winning pitcher.
Ooh, big time rip by Kang there.
10 throwovers a game for each team to keep track of them on the scoreboard.
And throws to second count, right?
4 trips a game by the catcher. That's all you get to the mound. Shin guards in the on-deck circle for the catcher with 2 outs. And re-entry rule if you hit a pinch hit homer. I should be commissioner. Seriously. These are all amazing rules.
And then go to the negotiating table with the TV networks for 2-minute breaks. You shave 20 minutes off right there. So it's the top of the 12th. And Kang waging a good battle here with Matt Belisle.
The other one, you take 1 defender off the field every extra inning. It's at the manager's discretion.
Oh my gosh.
Who would you take first? Pitcher and catcher are excluded, obviously. You have to have them. Did you tell I drank coffee between innings?
Exotic coffee, it appears. Right side, and that's beyond the reach of Trey Turner. Quite an at-bat for Jung-Ho Kang, who just made a great defensive play. He's aboard with 1 out here in the 12th. Only the Pirates' 3rd hit since the 7th inning. The Nats have only had 3 all day. 4, pardon me. Counting the game-tying home run, the big blow of this series. So here he comes again. Adam Frazier doubled last time. Kang, by the way, 2 out of 3 stealing bags this year. And Frazier, a rather weak swing at some off-speed stuff by Matt Belisle.
Been their toughest out all day by far.
On base 4 times. Had only 1 at bat the entire series before he got the start today. Oh-2 pitch.
Well, he's proven he can hit the fastball today, so Matt Belisle trying all kinds of other things. 3 sliders to start this AB up with.
And a 1-2. Deep short. Well played, Espinosa. And Drew really no chance, or Turner rather. But why not take a shot? A very good 6-4 by Danny Espinosa. That keeps that lead run at first base and out of scoring position.
I mean, he is a tough out. And it took all of Danny Espinosa's range on a hard hit ball and an in-between hop just to get the force at second. Trey Turner with the foot on the bag for a second, tries to turn it, but Frazier runs too well. Nice play by Espinosa.
That gets the inning to Andrew McCutchen. In his career, 1 RBI, 2 for 8 against Matt Belisle. So McCutchen gets a 6th at bat here today. Belisle misses.
Frazier trying to creep off the bag. We said he's a rhythm guy, a timing guy. See if he tries to steal here. Well, he's got a huge lead again. There he
goes. Pitch up and in. Wow. What an outstanding play to hang in there by Trey Turner. You mentioned it. The kid struck out 4 times in a row. He's 0 for 5 today. And he takes a throw on one side of the bag and gets to the other side.
They can look at it. Clint Hurdle's on the top step. He hasn't given the hold on sign yet.
Nats are all heading for the dugout, although Matt Belisle's still looking over to the third base side. Some kind of play by Turner, if that's the caught stealing, to end the inning.
I don't see anybody on the phone. I don't think they're going to challenge. What a play by Trey Turner. Good throw by Wilson Ramos. Gets rid of it quick. And watch Turner with the athletic tag. Just getting his foot.
Worth, Harper, and Ramos in a 1-1 game. And for the Pirates, 31-year-old Jared Hughes, second appearance of this series, 33rd of the year. In 31 innings, he's been hittable, 36 hits. Not a strikeout guy, 15 Ks, 12 walks.
And a lot of heaters, 82% of the time at 93. Occasional slider, occasional change.
Pitched the 8th inning here Friday night. Ramos had a base hit against him. He got Espinosa on a 1-6-3 double play. Fly out to Robinson. So he faces a new set of hitters here. Worth career against him 0 for 1. And the late afternoon grandstand stadium light shadows have crept to the batter's box now. Worth gets jammed on a fastball running down and in. 0-2.
All the way up, Brew, by, you know.
Worth takes it low. Jason today 1 for 4. His only hit of the series. He's had a couple of walks in this 3-game set. Two and two.
Some all the way out of the ballpark, Brew. In the seats. Cold brew.
Pirates playing pretty straight up in the outfield to pull on the infield. And Worth will get one inside and pull it foul. Not sure how he reached it, but he's still alive. Another extended at bat by Jason Worth.
That was the extendo swing right there. Just got a piece. Got a lot of plate coverage with that long body.
And there's Bryce Harper. Anthony Rendon, the latest Nat to join that 10 home run club. 3-2 to Jason Worth. In the air, right side. Sean Rodriguez called off by Josh Harrison for the first out. There's Harper. Bryce on base his last 2 times with a 7th inning base hit and a 10th inning leadoff walk. 0 for 1 with a walk career against Jared Hughes.
I'll tell you what, the Pirates don't care about throwing in late in games, in close games. They have challenged a lot of Nats hitters on the inner half of the plate. You usually don't see that against power guys, but you've seen it here today.
Target away on this one.
Been burned by it once.
Yeah. One out, bottom of the 12th in a 1-1 game. A lot of room in right center. Way outside, 1-2. Off speed and the strikeout. It's up to Wilson Ramos here in the 12th.
Tell you what, if neither team does this in the next 15-20 minutes, it's going to go a while. The shadows are about to be a factor.
Pirates have out-hit the Nationals 9-4. They've stranded 10 runners. Low and away to Wilson Ramos, who had a base hit against Hughes leading off the 8th inning Friday. So right now Hughes staying away from him. Marlins won their game at St. Louis 6-3. So both the Mets and Miami victorious today. That's trying to keep that 7-game lead out of play off the bat of Ramos. It's 2-1. Similar spot.
Carp, other than Murphy's home run today, I have no idea how the ball's carrying. I mean, there haven't been many real hard hit balls in this ball game. I mean, we're in the 12th inning and he peered his. It's gone anywhere, anytime. But usually in a warm day game, you get a sense based on balls carrying the track, but we haven't seen many hard hit balls deep today. It's definitely been a pitcher's day here in Nats Park.
Yeah, hats off to those guys. Not many centered in this game. Ramos drives one right center, and it is caught with a leap by Frazier. What else is Adam Frazier going to do today? He's having the game of his major league life this afternoon. What a day by the rookie. Ramos robbed of a couple of bags here. That ball really didn't carry like we thought it did off the bat.
No, I thought that was gone. So there's your answer. Ball's not carrying. A nice play.
Drives to right center today. Clint Robinson back in the second, robbed by Matt Joyce. And then 10 innings later, Adam Frazier having the game of his life against this drive by Wilson Ramos.
Well, Wilson ran. And that's key because usually he'll stand there and watch his home runs. He knows when he gets them. But this guy, Adam Frazier, started at second, went to right field. He's got 3 doubles. He's done everything for the Pirates today.
Look of absolute delight on the face of Jared Hughes. So we go to the 13th inning. Keep in mind, Andrew McCutchen was at the plate last inning when Wilson Ramos threw out Frazier trying to steal. McCutchen 0 for 5. And a reminder against Belial, career 2 for 8 with an RBI. I don't care if this guy's hitting 246 in the middle of July. He is dangerous. Going the other way, out of play, 1-1. But you have to admit, a puzzling drop-off for Andrew McCutchen this year. 292 with the 401 on-base percentage last year. 23 home runs, 96 RBIs. did he get it? Look at this ballpark. This thing's playing like it's April. 1 out, 13th inning. Sure sounded good off the bat, at least for the Pirates.
Yeah, I'm perplexed. Usually when it's 90 plus here, the ball flies and it turns into Cincinnati or Colorado. Today, not the case.
Starling Marte is next. 2 hits, walked intentionally. He's 2 for 4. His only multi-hit game of this series, but his 32nd of the year. That's their backup catcher, Eric Fryer, because with Polanco hampered by a hamstring, they're a man short. So they have to go to their backup catcher here. I don't know if there are any starting pitchers in there with shoes and a bat. Some managers, if it goes to 2 outs and nobody on, will save that guy and pinch hit a pitcher who can swing it. 1 ball, 1 strike here in the 13th.
Well, Liriano's hitting 300. He was going into his start. Good athlete.
They have Juan Nicasio throwing. If they use him, they're down to 1 pitcher, left-hander Jonathan Neese, who pitched 2 innings last night. The Nats have used the entire right side of their bullpen, but they still have Perez, Rivero, and Solis. Primarily a right-handed hitting team are the Pirates. Two-two to Marte. Swing and a strikeout. Matt Belisle continues to shine. 5 outs for him now. Now the pitcher spot.
The fastball right there. Shadow's starting to creep. And who knows if that was a factor. And maybe Marte thinking about he's going to get some off speed here and got the heater. Here comes Liriano. Look at that. On cue.
So they don't want to use their backup catcher in a situation like this. And Francisco Liriano, who started the game here on Friday night, he went 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. But the numbers are real. 10 for 35, 4 RBIs this year.
As we saw on Friday, he ain't getting cheated.
So Hughes done after 1 inning. To the right side, Trey Turner continues to play well. 1, 2, 3 for Matt Belisle. So he pitches the 12th and the 13th. Robinson, Drew, and Espinosa coming up. Juan Nicasio, the latest to appear for the Pirates. One hit in the 8th inning last night to Wilson Ramos. So for Nicasio, 22nd appearance. He's made 12 starts for the Bucks, 75 hits in 75 innings.
The fastball slider changed the arsenal. Fastball averaging 93. Opponents hitting 264. And is that right? Opponents have hit 13 home runs off Nicasio this year? 13.
Clint Robinson leads off. Clint 0 for 4 today. That's how few hits the Nats have had. 13th inning, starters batting for only the 5th time. And his 4th at bat didn't come until the 10th. Long day for Mr. Jerry Meals back there too. Hats off to him. The crew chief, 19-year veteran. Pirates in a shift. Clint Robinson, the hitter. Low and inside, ball 1. The Nats have 1 hit since the 7th inning. Murphy's homer to tie it. And 1 hit before then. Ben Revere way back in the 1st. Which right now is about 5 hours ago.
Clouds nullifying the shadows all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's good news. But Clint just bounces an easy one to Rodriguez. 1 out. Next up is Drew. Stephen Drew 0 for 3 against Nicasio, who got him on a bouncer to 3rd last night. In there.
Well, it's kids run the bases on Sunday, ages 4 to 12. Nats have to hurry up or some of the kids are going to be too old.
And I know at some ballparks they have to wait outside to come in through a gate to do that.
They're waiting. She's got her picker. She's ready. Look at that. Love it.
1-1. I'm pretty sure that if you're of age at first pitch, you're okay.
Sorry, you're 13. Game went a little long. You can't run on.
Yeah, they stuck around this long.
Rally hat. See you working.
2-1 to Drew. Out of play to the left side. We're talking about the Pirates and their lack of extra base hits in the first 2 games. The Nats' only extra base hit today, the Murphy home run. Some ERAs are going down on this Sunday. Two. Upstairs for the strikeout. Danny Espinosa, 0 for 3, hit by a pitch, is next. One for 2 career against Nicasio. Jose Lobaton in the pitcher spot next. That indicates that Anthony Rendon, unless it's a decoy, not feeling well enough to hit. 2-0. And Danny went reaching on 2-0.
Ocasio doing a nice job of keeping the ball away, making the Nats try to beat him to the big part of the park. He's really the first reliever that's done that for the Pirates, although everyone's been pretty successful.
Yeah, keeping it away again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two pitch, bottom of the 13th. Espinosa strikes out. Unbelievable pitching by both teams today. 2 runs in 13 innings. To the top of the 14th here at Nationals Park. Now we're going to start seeing the left side of that bullpen. 25-year-old Felipe Rivero coming in. This will be his 42nd appearance.
Fastball 95, slider 82, changeup 87. You see all the appearances, 41 on the season. Righties hitting 177, lefties 321. Weird splits for Felipe Rivero, who handled every left-hander last year. Still trying to figure it out this year.
For the Pirates, it'll be 6, 7, and 8. Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer, Eric Kratz. So Felipe deals with 3 right-handed batters here. Harrison faces him for the first time. Josh Harrison 0 for 2 since coming in. Back in the 9th inning, way back in the 9th inning.
Well, there's your rested Felipe Rivero, 98, right out of bed. And that's what we saw in April and May from Felipe, the velocity drop, but with some all-star break rest.
Yeah, and he has pitched less frequently lately than he did in those first couple of months. I mean, he was out there 4, 5 times a week in some cases.
Yeah, we were calling him everyday Felipe.
He hasn't pitched in 8 days. Last time out against Milwaukee. And a 1-1. Had Rodriguez, or rather Harrison, reaching. Off speed, a beauty. Overmatching Harrison. First out, 14th inning.
Just a 90-mile-an-hour changeup, no big deal. So arms fresh. I think he went 98, 97, 98 to a 90-mile-an-hour changeup, and it wasn't just the change in speed. Watch the movement at the end. split action off the table. So that's encouraging for Dusty Baker.
And then a good-looking slider, low 80s for a strike to Jordy Mercer, who's 1 for 1 with a double against Felipe Rivero.
Slider's got good bite. That's what we saw early in the season too. '99.
Defense trying to stay on their toes. Long day out there for them. One hopper, Trey Turner. He's been good all day on that side of the ball. 2 outs. Next up will be the catcher, Eric Kratz.
Well, you talk about Trey's day at the plate today, Carp, just in a nutshell. Eric Kratz is a veteran catcher. He saw Trey swing through a few sliders. And what did he do? He just stayed out there all day. And that's what they do to you in the big leagues. If you show somebody you can't hit a pitch or you're having trouble with it on that day, they're going to make you show them that you can hit that pitch. And Kratz has done a nice job with Trey, just staying away.
Yeah, maybe all these accolades we're giving to the pitchers, some of that should go to Eric Kratz and Wilson Ramos.
Yeah. Paying attention.
Long grinding days behind the plate.
Reading swings, paying attention.
Yeah, Wilson glancing up at Kratz as he gives the sign. A little bit outside, 2-0.
And it doesn't mean that Trey Turner can't hit the slider. It just means today he's having a tough day with it. And if you're a catcher, you see that, young player, hey, you got to show me you can hit that pitch or we're not throwing you anything else.
Way inside, ball 3.
I think I told the story before, but Pedro Martinez was facing the Giants one day, and there's this young player, Desi Relaford. And Pedro struck him out 4 times, and he never threw him a fastball the whole day. He threw him the first changeup. He swung through it. That's all he saw all day was changeup, changeup, changeup. 4 strikeouts later. You know, he's a young kid. He's gearing up to face 97, and he saw all changeups because he showed Pedro that he couldn't hit it.
Swinging on 3-0. Taken care of by Drew. How about that? We're going bottom 14. The number 9 spot, then the top of the order. 1-1. the 14th inning. Felipe Rivero is going to be the leadoff guy, by the way. So 2 runs all day.
You want to see all the scoring? It's been a slugfest here at Nats Park. Let's go back to the 6th inning. Couple of doubles. There's your Pirates point. There's no points in baseball, but we call him that on the bench. And then Daniel Murphy. Unbelievable, off the bench. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, 1-0 game. He ties it up. The biggest flaw maybe of his regular season career. Had some huge ones in the playoffs. And Dusty Baker's boys fighting, trying to figure this out. Look who's leading off.
First major league at bat for Felipe Rivero. I say lay down a bunt and let somebody throw it into the corner.
I like it. Good call.
I mean, look how far back Jung's playing at third base.
Oh, no.
And Felipe takes a big rip on the first major league pitch he's ever seen coming at him rather than going away.
If he hits a walk-off homer, I've seen it all. Seriously.
Rivero, Turner, and Taylor here in the 14th. 0-2. Juan Nicasio, 2nd inning of work. He's a guy who can pitch for a while. He's done a lot of starting in his big league career. Oh-2 pitch. Felipe is not up there to walk.
Remember, he was an outfielder with a cannon. They converted him to a pitcher, so he's hit. It's just been a while.
Swing, he foul tipped it. 3rd strikeout in a row for Juan Nicasio. Turner and Taylor, the next 2.
Tell you what, foul tips a rally right now the way this one's going.
We're writing it down as pitching to contact.
It's tough to see. You got shadows, pitchers throwing a million.
The Pirates have 4 pitchers who've thrown today. Now 5 counting Nicasio, who haven't given up a hit. Trinan and Petit, with Rivero falling under that category for the Nats. Turner, that's a base hit to right. Goodness gracious. The Nats have their first hit since Murphy's game-tying 9th inning pinch home run. Now, that's big because the speed of Trey Turner comes into play.
I'll tell you what, Trey Turner just showed me a lot about the man. Because as a young player, when you're, what was he, 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts going that at bat, and you have enough wherewithal to stay within yourself and get a base hit, that's good stuff. Now see if he can steal 2nd, 3rd, and home in 3 pitches.
Taylor steps in. Bouncing ball to 3rd. On a really good play by Jung Ho Gung, first time up. That was back in the 11th. He had already been in the game to play center. See if the kids can get it done here. Turner, 25 stolen bases at Syracuse. Only caught a couple of times. He's holding. Taylor to right and out of play.
Nicasio pretty quick to the plate. 1-3 right there. Maybe a little too fast for Trey Turner to think about rolling. Still doesn't mean in a 0-2 count when you see a guy foul a fastball straight back that you can't look for the curveball in the dirt if you're on first.
Yeah, this would be an interesting pitch selection by Eric Kratz and Juan Nicasio. Good take by Michael A. Nats have won 5 games in a row. The Pirates trying to bust a 3-game losing streak. Outfield straight away. Infield shaded up the middle for a grounder. Trey, by the way, 2 for 4 when he was called up by the Nats last year in terms of stolen bases. He's got a big lead. 1-2 with 1 out. He's holding. Taylor strikes out. 2 outs. It's up to Jason Worth.
Well, he had a few walk-offs this year, and the tradition is starting to, he ends up in right field. And we were talking on the plane the other day. I said, if you ever get another one, you have to just take it out through the bullpen. Just right out the bullpen, celebrate the tunnel, walk back. Here's the second one on June 15th. Just misses a tater. You see, they're getting close to the bullpen, right? So just take it out the bullpen, down the tunnel, back to the clubhouse.
Fighting for his life.
I think if you're Trey Turner, regardless, you have to go somewhere in the sequence. Regardless, even if you get thrown out by 5 feet.
You prefer early in the count?
Too fast to stay on first. Yeah, early in the count. Give Jason Worth a chance to drive you in.
Nicasio, quick move. Worth against Juan Nicasio, 0 for 1 career. Winning runs at first base, but 2 outs now. He's trying to take Trey Turner's legs out from under him.
You know why, Carb? You've won the first 2 games of the series. You're playing with house money right now. You can be a little more aggressive than normal. You're not trying to salvage like the Pirates are, so you have the upper hand. You're the home team. You've won the first 2 games. You're 7 games up.
Here he goes. I don't think he got a great jump, but the throw goes into center. Not far away enough. Kratz bouncing the throw. I saw a lot of dirt coming up when Trey first left the bag at first, but I tell you, he's got some unbelievable makeup speed. So Turner, first steal this year.
Yeah, just go. Go early in the count. You get thrown out, who cares? You're playing with house money. You got a big game, a big lead. And you've won the first 2 of the set. So now the stage is set for Jason Worth to get mobbed.
Yeah, now the outfield comes in a bit. And Turner can get a huge lead at second. Harrison's going to keep him as close as he can. The count's 1-0. Worth takes it upstairs, ball 2. Nicasio swing and miss stuff here in the 14th inning.
Real important for Trey Turner to get a big primary lead and a big secondary lead with the Pirates outfield cheating up. They all can throw.
Winning run at second base, 2 outs. Worth has had some long at bats today. He has spoiled a lot of 2-strike pitches. Up and away, ball 2. So we've got a 3-2 count here. Harper on deck if he loses Worth. Well, evidently was 2-2. This is a big pitch. Blinding speed at second is Turner after stealing. Harper on deck. The very selective Jason Worth at the plate.
A pretty funny sight. The end of the Nats bench is the whole bullpen. Everybody that's pitched today, and they're doing that 3-finger big hit sign. So the bullpen's now on the bench.
Yeah, all the right-handers have been in the ball game. Jay Turner's got to be ready if there's a one-hopper at an outfielder. Harrison's at the edge of the grass behind him. So's Mercer. So he can get a huge secondary lead here. And Worth will pop it up to right. Frazier dealing with the sun. This ball game's going to the 15th inning. The Nats have 1 hit in extra innings, and it's still 1-1. Link first. This one going to the 15th inning. 9-1-2 for the Pirates, which would beat Rodriguez, Jung, and Frazier. Felipe Rivera last inning, 12 pitches, 8 strikes, and a 1-2-3 14th. This thing goes for another couple of innings. It'll be interesting to see what happens from the pitching standpoint. The Nats still have Oliver Perez, Sammy Solis. Pirates still have Jonathan Neese, but he's a guy who's done some starting and just rejoined their bullpen yesterday, and we're not sure if he's available.
If it goes another few innings, kids are going to run the bases.
And the Pirates' dad's weekend here turning into granddad's weekend. Kind of a cool thing. Over 20 of their players had their dads with them here. Sean Rodriguez, 0 for 2, hit by a pitch a long time ago. He's 1 for 1 career against Felipe Rivero, who pulls the string on him a bit with 88, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Target in. Didn't hit that spot, but with 98, sometimes it doesn't matter.
Fresh Felipe throwing cheese.
Yeah, I like fresh Felipe as opposed to everyday Felipe.
Yeah. Not easy going out there throwing 100 every day.
And Rodriguez just a short swing to stay alive.
But you understand why he was used so much. If you're a manager and you got a lefty that throws 100 with a nasty slider and a wipeout changeup, you use him.
Yeah.
He was the setup guy for Jonathan Papelbon for a while. A lot of close games, a lot of pitchers going 6 or 7 and leaving that 8th or 9th, which is what everybody does now.
That's a breaking ball. Yeah, and at that stage of the season, it was still a manager and a bullpen getting used to each other. How's he going to use us? Dusty's like, okay, what guy do I slot in based on matchups in this situation? Feeling out process. And there's a lot of stability in that bullpen right now, the way things have gone lately. Swing and a miss. A couple of change-ups in that AB. And Felipe Rivero's retired 4 in a row.
Sean Rodriguez came in the game in the 7th, and now he's had 4 at-bats. And it's hard to pick up the changeup with the shadows right now, especially when you're facing a guy that's throwing a million. Yeah,
batting eye out there in center's in the sunlight. Infield shaded. Here's Jung-Ho Kang, base hit last time. The Pirates only hit since the 10th inning.
Both teams earning their day off tomorrow.
Yeah, concerned before the game about the weather yesterday, that they might have to play Monday. Got that game in last night. Little do we know, we're at a game and a half right now for Sunday. But we're getting to the stage where teams start running out of pitchers, and that's when games like this normally get decided. Three-one pitch. Jung-Ho Kang all over that heater. In the air to right. Bryce Harper. Now for the Pirates in this inning, it's up to Adam Frazier, who's been on 4 times in 6 plate appearances today. Reached on a fielder's choice 3 innings ago, and then Wilson Ramos gunned him out, trying to steal with Andrew McCutchen in the batter's box.
Well, he and Chad Kuhl, the players of the game for the Pirates, and Max Scherzer and Daniel Murphy probably for the Nats.
Yeah.
And the bullpen, both bullpens.
Left side, Danny Espinosa. Felipe Rivero, 6 in a row. To the bottom of the 15th, Bryce Harper. And then if needed, Wilson Ramos and Clint Robinson, if needed. Bag of popcorn since the 9th inning.
Well, you and I are on 2.
Popcorn is keeping us alive up here.
It tasted like filet mignon at this point.
This is steak and lobster to me right now.
Well, maybe she's got a run in her. Rally, cute little girl eating popcorn. I'm in. And if you're at home, change seats. If you're at a bar, change seats. If you're at a restaurant right now watching the game, get the maitre d' over and change seats.
Hey, by the way, if you're ever at the ballpark for a game like this, in all seriousness, there's a big-time Buffalo rally cap. The Nats still keep the hot dog stands open at this stage of a game. You can get a dog, you can get a soft drink, you can get water. So they do provide for the fans who've been here for, well, almost 5 hours. Bryce Harper has never faced Juan Nicasio. 90 a swing and a miss, and as FP's noted now a couple of times. Time of the day when it's just hard to see the ball at 6:16 local time.
You guys show me the Rally Grand Poobah again. That's a water buffalo hat.
Yeah, he can't wait for the on-deck hitter.
There he is, the Grand Poobah. I want one of those.
Wow. One to Harper. Bryce still looking for that 20th home run. Up and away.
Jose's still looking for I don't know what. He's got double cups, rally binoculars, hat on sideways.
Harper's last homer at New York 10 days ago against Bartolo Colon. Any way to get that leadoff man aboard here, bottom of the 15th. Harper on base twice today, 34 of his last 36 games, and that is right to Bob Henley. About 8 feet the other way, and that's a double.
Maybe Marte's playing that way.
Two-two pitch. 3-2.
Bryce looks like he's standing more upright to me this at bat.
Maybe trying to get over the top of the ball.
He looks more comfortable, if that's worth anything. I mean, he's standing upright, looks relaxed, off his legs a little bit. Maybe his legs are tired after 15 innings of playing right field.
Other than one pitch, everything elevated here by Nicasio. Here comes a 3-2. Harper broken bat, right side. It's in right field for Harrison. 1 out. Wilson Ramos and Clint Robinson now the next two. Ramos faces Nicasio for the first time. Wilson today 0 for 4 base on balls. And now 0 for 5. 2 outs in the 15th. Clint Robinson, the first man Nicasio faced 2 innings ago. A ground ball to first. We played a lot of long games, several this year, 16-inning affair with the Twins, but it's hard for me to remember a game that went this long with so few scoring chances by either team. Outside, 2-1.
Well, my theory on why games go longer now is because every bullpen has guys that throw 100, and every hitter wants to be that guy on the highlight with the walk-off homer or the game winner if you're on the road.
Robinson out of play the other way. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You don't see a lot of manufactured runs nowadays in extra innings because of all the exposure players get, and it's a great thing that they're all over everything with the highlights, but everybody wants to be that guy, and you really can't blame them.
Nationals have beaten the Pirates 9 straight times in this ballpark. Trying to go a long way today to do it again. Up and away, counts full to Clint Robinson.
Pretty good rip.
Pirates in the shift. Harrison right field. Up the middle, the shortstop Mercer. And Clint Robinson will pop it up. Long way to come for Jung Ho Gung. It's actually a foul ball by the time he catches it. So this one is going to the 16th inning. Still tied 1-1 in D.C. And we've been here before a couple of times in the history of the Nats. So let's talk 16-inning affairs, the longest ever for our ball club. Expos went 22 innings back in '89. Hard to even think about that right now. But we are 3 innings away from completing a doubleheader here. So Felipe Rivero in the top of the 16th will face Andrew McCutchen, Starling Marte, and then the pitcher spot. And Jonathan Neese, their final reliever, is up in the left field bullpen. McCutchen 0 for 6. Keeps on getting chances to extend that hitting streak of his, and that's way outside from Felipe. Rivero, by the way, 2 innings, 25 pitches, 17 strikes, 6 in a row retired. Couple of strikeouts. There's the left-hander Neese, who threw 25 pitches in 2 relief innings last night.
Well, this game's going to be decided when the shadows are done. It's getting close right now.
Somebody's going to see one and hit one, huh?
You're starting to get to the 7:05 start time at 6:30 right now, and as soon as that gets dark behind Felipe all the way, you'll see the ball better. You're probably picking it up a little better at the moment.
McCutchen with a high fly ball, heading for the upper deck. In this series, Andrew McCutchen 3 for 14. And Rivero goes off speed, down and away. 3 balls, 1 strike. The Nats have walked 2 batters today, 1 intentional. And McCutchen to center. Michael A. Taylor, 1 out. Next up is Starling Marte. 2 for 5. A base on balls. That was an intentional walk back in the 10th by Sean Kelly.
Well, that's the guy you got to keep off base, no matter what. Because a single's a double and a double's a triple. He is not afraid to run.
That is slicing out of play. Boy, Felipe features some great secondary pitches here.
Very good changeup, 89. Bottom drops out at the end. Starling sitting on 99. Gets 10 miles an hour slower.
And a 1-2 pitch with 1 out. Yeah, that had to be swung at. That was a hook coming in from the outside.
You know, the longer you go into these games, the tougher it is to focus on defense. I mean, you're going to get up for your at-bats regardless of how long a game is.
swing and a miss. And Rivero continues to dominate. That's his third strikeout. He's retired 8 batters in a row.
And the only reason you're not seeing any hitting, at least recently, is because of the shadows. So, I mean, you'll find a way to get motivated for an at-bat in a 16-inning game. But on defense, your mind can wander. But the one thing I will say, both staffs have been throwing strikes today, so that'll keep you on your toes a little bit. But it's hard to concentrate doing anything for 5 hours.
Yeah, so here is their backup catcher, Eric Fryer. I guess the good news for the Nats is Juan Nicasio is out of the game. He's been dominant for 3 innings. Fryer, part-time duty this year with St. Louis and Pittsburgh. Has been swinging the bat pretty well. So the Pirates have now used, other than the injured Gregory Polanco, all of their bench guys. They've had 1 pinch hitting appearance by Francisco Liriano today. Then a 1-1 to Fryer. Just a click under 100, just missing. 2-1. Then he pulls the string. So he goes 99 to 88. Crowd making some noise here. And Felipe tried to go under his hands for the strikeout. Couple of steps toward the dugout before getting the ball back. And a 3-2. Target in. And Rivero misses way outside. Pirates have a 2-out base runner. First man to reach against Felipe Rivero. And that'll bring in Josh Harrison.
$15 pitchers used in today's game and counting, and I have the truck counting how many pitches have been thrown.
Oh, do we want to know?
They've been counting for a while too. They're running out of fingers and toes down there. And Felipe on pitch number 44 coming. That's a lot for him.
Yeah, it's good the Nats have 2 more left-handers available. Good thing Strasburg did what he did Friday, 10 in a row, or did what he did last night. Coming into this game, the bullpen pretty fresh.
That was pitch number 460, I'm being told. So 15 pitchers, 460 pitches, and counting.
Jerry Meals will be icing his right arm sometime soon. 1-1 with 2 outs. And the ball drilled to center. Taylor going back. Back to the infield. It's off the wall. Here comes the runner around third. They're going to send him. Espinosa's throw in time. In time. And Fryer is out at the plate on a brilliant Taylor Espinosa relay.
Unbelievable. Are you kidding me? Michael Taylor played that as good as you can. One hop off the wall. Then he gets it to the bazooka. So 2+ arms. Look at the throw right on the money. Then Espinosa with a bullet to the Buffalo. Unbelievable. A few more times, don't we? 1-1 game, top of the 16th. Michael Taylor played this well because if he goes to try to make the catch, he gets too close to the baseball. Then he doesn't play it off the wall, so he had a choice to make there. Am I going up on the wall or am I going to play it on a bounce? The fact that Taylor hit the brakes and played this off the wall allowed Danny Espinosa, after a perfect throw from Michael Taylor to Espinosa, to throw out the runner. How many times do you see an outfielder go, I'm going to catch this, I'm going to catch this, they get too close to the wall, the ball bounces past him? Michael Taylor hitting the brakes and playing that on a hop, and his throw to Danny Espinosa was key in that play to keep this a 1-1 game. Unbelievable.
Wow. Jonathan Neese for the Pirates, their last available relief pitcher. 25 pitches, 16 strikes, and 2 innings here last night. So if you're looking for a little momentum in an extra inning game, maybe the defense gives you the jump start right there. Drew, ball 1.
In a 1-1 game, that play was a rally.
Well, if you're Rick Sofield, their third base coach, you got to send him.
Oh, yeah. It took 2 perfect throws and Michael Taylor to play that off the wall perfectly.
Lefty-lefty matchup to start the 16th here. That was an off-speed pitch, and Drew to center. That ball's carrying. McCutcheon's going to be there to grab it halfway onto the track. Need somebody from the WUSA 9 weather department to let us know why the ball's not carrying today. Unbelievable. Some of the shots we've seen fall way in front of the outfield walls. So here's Danny Espinosa batting from the right side, where he's been so dangerous lately.
You're starting to see some hard hit balls. The shadows are not a factor anymore.
Good. That ball is roasted to left, and it's going to stay up so Marte can grab it. 2 outs. He's acting like he didn't really know what that ball was going to do to him.
This one's going to end soon. Everyone's seeing the baseball for the first time in about 5 innings. You see 3 hard hit balls in a row, counting Josh Harrison's. A nice play by Starling Marte. Beautiful play.
Jose Lobaton hitting in the number 9 spot. And Jose from the right side this year. Not many at bats at all because Ramos, of course, the right-handed power guy. 0 for 11 Jose from this side of the plate. Oliver Perez. Two balls and a strike. And forward to get that is Jung Ho Gung, and now we have set a record for the longest game in Nationals history. We've gone beyond the 16th in a 1-1 game. th inning, making this the longest game in Nationals history. And Oliver Perez will take over for the Nationals here. It'll be his 38th appearance. 23 2/3 innings, 30 strikeouts, 9 walks.
Opponents hitting .244 against Ali Perez. 2 pitches, fastball 92, slider 79. And like I said earlier, the shadow's not a factor anymore. Hitters starting to pick up the ball, so we'll see what happens as we go to the 17th. Just sounds weird saying that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Jordy Mercer, 2 for 6 today. That big roundhouse curveball is in there. Felipe Rivero, 45 pitches, 28 strikes, and 3 scoreless innings. So Perez, the 8th Nationals pitcher. Pirates have already employed 9. And the count 0-2. Wow, Wilson Ramos all but threw the ball to third, thinking it was strike 3.
Well, more importantly, Jordy Mercer was heading back to the dugout. Watch Wilson Ramos. He's throwing around. Watch Mercer. He's like, yeah, you got me. All right, I'm done.
Almost
wait, huh?
Almost the entire ball inside the box. So he goes with the curveball again, and Mercer stays with it. Mercer, Kratz, Rodriguez. Top of the 17th inning. Another breaking ball. Wilson Ramos got hit with one of the first pitches of the game, and now 16 innings later he takes another one.
Earning his day off tomorrow.
Counts even 2-2.
The Nats have 5 hits in 16 innings. There's some averages taking a beating today.
Yeah.
It's not fun as a player when you're going this long and you don't have any hits.
Well, got to pitch up. Thanks to a missed call, Jordy Mercer gets a second chance on that at bat, takes advantage of it. We'll see if the Pirates have any running in mind. Eric Kratz, the catcher, is next. He's 1 for 4, 1 for 5 with a sacrifice.
Got to be bunting here, don't you? Who knows now?
Squares around early, takes a stab at it. That ball was fouled.
Rick Sofield going to put on another sign right here. He's waiting for Jordy Mercer to pick him up at first. Eric Kratz giving a look. Maybe a throw over here to see if the bunt's still on. We'll see. You'd think it is. Never know. See, if my rule was in effect, the 10 throwovers, the Nats couldn't do that right there. They would have had to throw it to the plate. And I have a feeling we wouldn't be here right now.
No swing on that breaking ball. Ramos able to keep it close enough. Leadoff man aboard, 2-1 count. Kratz squares, pops it up. Perez is there, double play possibility, but he got all tangled up with Clint Robinson. They had the runner in no man's land, but a couple of guys hustling.
I mean, playing hard this long, that was nice by Oliver Perez, and he had the wherewithal to get off a throw. Watch this, underhand, and it was still pretty close at first. So good play. You're thinking, well, should he drop it? No, because you see where the runner is. Clint Robinson going low, Perez high. And the flip to first. Good effort.
Sean Rodriguez is next. No balls, 1 strike. Rodriguez still fishing on pitches away, and Oliver might take him further out on the 3rd one.
Yeah, it's been pretty station to station today. There's been no hit and runs, and not a lot of execution going on. Both managers playing it pretty straight.
0-2 pitch. 5. Oh, and then it would have been a 5-4-3, but Turner couldn't get a handle. Trey Turner just couldn't get off the throw. So the Pirates still alive with 2 outs.
Yeah, that was hit so hard. That was going to be a 5-4-3 double play. Nice play by Stephen Drew. That ball hit hard by Sean Rodriguez, who's hit a lot of balls on the nose in this series with nothing to show. And Trey Turner on the exchange couldn't get out of his glove. So the inning continues, but a nice play by Stephen Drew.
Top of the order now. Jung Ho Gung. 1 for 3 since coming in.
No quick pitch action right there.
It's a good looking curveball. Counts even 1-1.
I like that delivery to guys with leg kicks. Why? Well, when you have a leg kick as a hitter, it's tough to hit off guys in the stretch. But it's really tough to get that leg up and down if you got a guy that slide steps or rushes you like Perez has just done. Messes up your timing. You don't know when to pick up that leg. You see Gung getting it up in the air on the throwover right there. He's got to get it ready. And you'll watch Ollie Perez from time to time with the leg kick, guys. That's when he rushes it to the plate. Doesn't do that show you his back Louis Tion thing. He just gets on you.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ball gets away, and that's far enough to advance Rodriguez.
A slider in the dirt. Almost looked like Wilson Ramos got crossed up, right? He was going to catch a fastball and then turned his glove over at the last second. So I wonder if there was some sign miscommunication. Tell you what, this long, I bet you Wilson forgot what he put down, and you can understand why.
Yeah. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fastball up and in. Well, the first man to reach in this inning. Within 1 close call of being struck out, and then the Nats failed to turn 2. They don't want that to come back and get him here. And Perez will drop in the breaking ball. It's 3-2. Swing and a miss. Going well out of the strike zone. Jung Ho Gung there. So the Pirates leave a runner. They've left a dozen in 17 innings. bottom of the 17th inning. But it's the top of the order for the Nats. Turner, Taylor, Worth. Second inning of work for Jonathan Neese. He had a very quick bottom of the 16th. 8 pitches, 5 strikes.
You know, with my rule in extra innings, if you take a defender off every inning, there'd just be a pitcher and a catcher right now. How fun would that be?
Yeah, Eddie Feigner, the king in his court, would be trying to win a ball game. I think he had 1 fielder, right?
He did.
Looking to bunt. Turner lays it down foul. I don't know. It's hard to remember a right-handed hitter who gets down the line better than this guy.
Oh, my. I was just watching him. By the time Kratz picked up that ball, Turner was almost to first. Watch him run. Yeah. That's flying.
Busted bat, and look at the carry on that thing. I don't know if that's the one Trey's been using all day, but did get a base hit last time, but maybe it's adios to that model.
Well, he chunked one in the stands, or maybe 2. I can't remember. I can't remember a whole lot right now. What day is it? Yeah, right down by his left hand.
Still Sunday.
All right.
0-2, and he takes the changeup away. Ball 2. Turner was aboard last time, but it was with 1 out in the 14th. He did steal second, but Taylor struck out. Worth a fly ball to right. 2-2, and he breaks another bat and gets a hit. I mean, we're talking 2 hard hit balls, and now he's going to be out. He thought Marte was casually throwing the ball in, and Trey Turner gets thrown out at second. (7-4) on the play.
I mean, I'm throwing a small party up here writing base hit down the scorebook. I didn't even see it. I'm thinking leadoff man on. He can fly. Here we go. Game, set, match. And he saw Marte kind of being casual right here. Tried to speed it up, get into second base. Watch him. I think that's okay if you were going a little more firm into first base.
Yeah. You know, I think every young player has to learn at some point that things that might work in the minor leagues don't play at this level. So here's Taylor. Oh, that's given up a lot of speed on base to lead off an inning. You know, Bryce had some of those moments early in his career, and then he got it all together. Young guys learning still when they get to the big leagues. Taylor takes one outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's like an onside kick to start the second half. If it works, you're a hero.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, you're like, what is he doing? Are you kidding me? I mean, hey, he's trying. He's hustling.
Two and 2 to Michael.
More importantly, he turned an 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts into a 2-fer. That's pretty impressive for a young player, even though he probably wishes he would have stayed at first.
Taylor, a good take.
But maybe not more importantly, just important. Like I said, I don't know what day it is or where I'm at right now.
Payout pitch and a good at bat by Michael A. Taylor. He's aboard. So Neese has not retired a hitter in the inning. Next up is Jason Worth. Worth career against Jonathan Neese. We noted this last night. 11 career hits, 2 doubles, 2 walks, 3 RBIs.
Umpire has to move for Worth.
Yeah. Ron Culpa realize what's going on here.
There's a lot of 12-year-old werewolves down there. Do you hear them?
Into the 7 o'clock hour here. Game started at 1:35. Worth takes a strike. Jason, a base hit in 6 trips.
Jason's asking Jerry Meals if Jonathan Neese came to a stop right there. He just rolled right through that quick pitch, Jason. He thought it was a balk.
That's up and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Way inside, ball 2. One game, bottom of the 17th. He's been one of the best hitters in the league against left-handed pitching this year. Only Martin Prado and Yoenis Cespedes better numbers than Jason Worth.
Boy, he got the whole right side, doesn't he? I mean, you can't steer a baseball, but you look where Josh Harrison's playing Jason Worth. He has a 15 hoppers first to third.
Way outside.
Got to start Michael Taylor right here, don't you?
I would think so. And you've got a guy who's going to make contact more often than not.
Well, this is a case where Michael Taylor has to make sure that Neese is going home, and it's up to Jason Worth to put it in play. You don't have to get your greatest jump. Not going.
Yeah, not running. And the ball goes foul.
Baby Lopes talking to Michael Taylor. This is the same thing I said about Trey Turner last time. You have to go here. Even if you get thrown out by 10 feet, it's a double play. Just try to create something and bet that Jason's going to put the ball and play hard. If you get doubled up, you get doubled up. So what?
Double play ball. So Taylor not running on 2 consecutive 3-2 pitches. And this one's going to the 18th as the Pirates turn their 3rd double play of the day. We've seen a lot of strikes thrown today, but maybe his the best of all. It wasn't from 60 feet 6 inches. It was well out into center field.
I want to know the velocity on both of these throws. Michael A. does a nice job of playing it on 2 hops off the wall. A strike to Espinosa, which is key. And then Espinosa with a strike to Wilson Ramos. Did you see that ball almost come out of Wilson's glove? That's the first time I just noticed that snow cone at the top. I've only seen that replay 10 times, and that's the first time I noticed it almost came out of his glove.
Well, it is National Snow Cone Day. Remember, National Ice Cream Day or whatever. It's all melted by now. It doesn't really matter. So in the top of the 18th inning, it's Adam Frazier for the Pirates. And Perez delivers a strike. It's 1-1.
Oh, somebody just sent this to me on Twitter. 88.6 from Michael Taylor, and then 94.8 miles an hour from Espinosa to Ramos. So thank you very much. It's good stuff.
Cool. Front door breaking ball stays inside. 3-1. Frazier has been on base 4 times.
Look at the pitches.
Okay. 511. Wow. Foul tip, strike 2.
.511 pitches, and you still haven't taken a bathroom break. That's a new record, folks. Sorry, I had to get on the air. I mean, there's no way I could hold that one in like you've held that one in.
Previous record 14.
That's pretty good stuff.
Well, I'm just trying to stay hydrated up here.
I mean, that's Ford C. Frick stuff right there.
Leadoff walk. Oliver Perez leadoff single last inning after he thought he had Mercer struck out. So that's his first base on balls. And here's Andrew McCutchen. I mean, you should be home enjoying dinner if you've retired this man 7 times in one day and 15 times in a 3-game series. But he gets another shot. As I mentioned a couple of hours ago, Frazier only 30 stolen bases in 3 minor league seasons. He had a batting average in the .290 range, so he was on base a lot, but maybe learning some things and putting some speed to use. They tried to steal back in the 12th, and Ramos, on a great play by Turner, gunned him out. One ball, one strike. And Perez missing, 2-1. Nats have 4, 5, and 6 due up in the bottom of this inning. If Oliver Perez can put another 0 on the board. The touch pitch, the breaking ball in there, 2-2. Whew, quite a rip. July 1st, Cleveland at Toronto went 19 innings. That was when that was Canada Day. Remember, the Indians came to Toronto with that long winning streak of theirs.
Yeah. There's like 15 players ejected from that game. Or 2.
2-2 pitch, and McCutchen making the adjustment to stay alive.
I think Encarnacion got ejected in the first inning, then Russell Martin got ejected.
Well, this has been a gentlemanly affair today. 2 good ball clubs going at it. Pitchers have been amazing.
It's like we're watching cricket.
Yeah. Up the middle. Espinosa to his left. And that's a 6-3 double play. Defense getting stronger as the game goes on.
Well, we wouldn't be here if Danny Espinosa didn't make that fantastic relay throw, but watch him change directions on a dime. Step on the bag with his right foot, throw to first. You saw Dusty Baker in the background slap his hands together, so all of a sudden it's 2 outs, nobody on.
For Starling Marte. That's the Nats' first double play today. Pirates have turned 3. Marte, couple of hits. 2 in his first 3 at bats. 3 strikeouts, an intentional walk since. And that is going to put Pittsburgh on top. That ball is killed. And for the first time since the 9th inning, a run has been scored in this ballpark. Right after the double play.
I mean, that was not a cheapie. 7th home run of the year for Starling Marte. I didn't think the pitch was this bad. Let's watch it again. First pitch, Hunton down and in, just drops the barrel on it. A lot like the pitch Daniel Murphy hit out. It was low, it was inside. And Marte is a dangerous bat. We've been talking about it all series. Danny Espinosa didn't move, and that one was more than halfway up.
Yeah, Jason Ward didn't move either. That's only Marte's 7th home run of the year. 111 miles an hour. Ooh.
Yeah, you'd think, okay, maybe a little let up after the double play, but that was a decent pitch. Just got beat by a good hitter.
Yeah, 3rd hit of the day. No atmospheric conditions getting in the way of that thing. We've remarked several times today the ball hasn't been carrying well. Here's the 2-1. That's a strike on the inside edge. So Jonathan Neese getting the at bat here. He's got a chance to get a win. He'll just walk away and try to get 3 outs. So the Pirates strike for a run. It'll be Bryce Harper, followed by Wilson Ramos and Clint Robinson. I mean, somebody had to get the big swing. So maybe now it'll be the Nats' turn against Jonathan Nice with Harper, Ramos, and Robinson due up, bottom of the 18th inning. Jonathan Nice in 2 innings, 1 hit, a walk, double play ball last inning, 26 pitches, 14 strikes. So he's thrown 51 pitches in 2 appearances within the last 24 hours. I've got Bryce 3 for 17 career against him with 4 walks. Right side, soft bouncer. 1 out. Harper 1 hit today, 1 walk. Next up, Wilson Ramos.
All right. The Grand Poobah, the head water buffalo, he's hanging in there.
Well, his guy has 7 career hits against Nice, 2 homers, 7 RBIs.
Ooh,
so this would be Jonathan Nice's toughest matchup right here. Johnny Holiday Sr., Ray Knight Sr. waiting for the Nets Extra postgame show coming up. That's outside, 1-1. Ramos up the middle. Ball's got some speed and it's through. The tying runs on base. So Wilson Ramos, first base hit of the day, but at this stage of a ball game, you're out of pinch batters and you're out of pinch runners.
You're out of everything. So Wilson finally checking in with a base hit. Nicely done. Ambush him right here. Steal, first pitch, first move, go.
Yeah, Jose Lobatone's been used. Here's Clint Robinson. Right down the middle with 88. That's on the outside edge.
Never know, man. Been here this long, you might as well keep hacking.
Jonathan Nice giving up a lot of homers this year, but Clint Robinson's going to strike out without swinging. He's had issues with Jerry Meals before today.
The one thing I will say is Meals has been outside the lefties all day. It's been apparent. Go ask John Jaso down in the Pirates dugout. There's been a few more out there, so they're not strikes. Clint Robinson knows the strike zone as well as any national hitter, and he's livid.
Stephen Drew, 5 for 11 career against Nice. The Nats' final hope. And by the way, Jonathan Nice, he's made 18 starts this year. He's given up 20 home runs. Couple dozen Pirate fans have stuck around and they're making some noise here. Been a frustrating weekend for them. And Drew, base hit to left. The tying runs at second base with Danny Espinosa coming up, batting right-handed.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Same seats.
Danny Espinosa lined out to left against Jonathan Nice 2 innings ago. So career 9 for 22 against him with a home run and 3 RBIs.
Hit the ball hard as last time up. Starling Marte with the shoestring catch in left field. keep grinding. Who knows?
Danny ready, then getting time. Inside, ball one. Oliver Perez is on deck. By the way, Sammy Solis is warming up. You'd wonder if they take a starting pitcher and hit him for Perez if it gets that far. 1 ball, 1 strike to Danny Espinosa. Oliver, a bunt that went crazy against Minnesota earlier this year in a marathon game. One to Danny. And right now he's being busted inside by Jonathan Neese.
Well, he ain't cutting down a swing with 2 strikes, I'll tell you that. And Neese might try one a little bit higher. And here we go.
1-2 the count. The Nats were down to their last strike in the 9th inning. 9 innings later, here's Espinosa. Upstairs, ball 2.
He did. He tried to elevate above the letters. Good take. I mean, and if you're Bob Emley, you have to send Ramos. Hopefully you get that opportunity. I don't care how hard it's hit. You're sending him.
And if it's in a gap, you send everybody. Espinosa strikes out and the game's over at 7:23 Eastern Time. 18 innings. The Pirates, in the longest game in Nationals history, win it 2-1. Out hitting the Nats 12-8. And you might notice on the side there, not an error by either team in a long ball game today. Frustrating loss for the Nats, but not really that many chances. Join us Tuesday. The Dodgers will be in town. Coverage begins at 6:30. This has been a marathon presentation of Masson, Johnny and Ray straight ahead and from the ballpark. So long for just a while.